Complete History of World War II. Chapter 1. The Fragile Peace. The World in 1937. The year was 1937, and the world was lying to itself. In London, the chestnut trees were blooming along the Mall, and King George VI, still raw from the abdication crisis that had thrust him onto the throne, reviewed the summer's naval reviews with stoic dignity. In Paris, the boulevards shimmered with the gilded confidence of an empire that still stretched from the Mekong to the Maghreb. In New York, the Empire State Building scraped a sky that seemed infinitely prosperous, even as the long shadow of the Great Depression lingered in the bread lines that snaked through the Bowery. History of World War II. Chapter 1. The Fragile Peace. The World in 1937. The year was 1937, and the world was lying to itself. In London, the chestnut trees were blooming along the Mall, and King George VI, still raw from the abdication crisis that had thrust him onto the throne, reviewed the summer's naval reviews with stoic dignity. In Paris, the boulevards shimmered with the gilded confidence of an empire that still stretched from the Mekong to the Maghreb. In New York, the Empire State Building scraped a sky that seemed infinitely prosperous, even as the long shadow of the Great Depression lingered in the bread lines that snaked through the Bowery. The survivors of the Great War, that fabled war to end all wars, had spent 2 decades building a fragile architecture of treaties, pacts, and leagues, all designed to ensure that the carnage of the Somme and Verdun would never be repeated. It was the most elaborate self-deception in human history, for in that same year, in the sprawling industrial city of Nanjing, the Imperial Japanese Army was about to commit atrocities that would rival the bloodletting of antiquity. In the vast wheat fields of Ukraine, Soviet collectivization had already starved millions, and Joseph Stalin was preparing to purge his own officer corps by the hundreds of thousands. In the Rhineland, Adolf Hitler had already torn up the Treaty of Versailles, and in the private dining rooms of the Reich Chancellery, he was telling his generals that Germany's destiny required not just territory, but Lebensraum, living space, to be carved from the flesh of the Slavic East. The peace was not merely fragile, it was a corpse that had not yet begun to smell. To understand the war that consumed the globe, one must first understand the world that lost its grip on sanity. And that world, in 1937, was defined by 3 interlocking crises: the failure of collective security, the poisonous rise of ideological extremes, and the quiet complicity of the great democracies. The League of Nations had been the great hope of the 1920s. Yet, by 1937, it was a hollow theater. When Japan invaded China in July of that year, launching a full-scale war that would eventually claim over 20 million Chinese lives, the League's response was a sternly worded resolution. No sanctions, no military intervention. The Japanese delegation simply walked out. The lesson was unmistakable. Aggression would be met with syllables, not steel. In Europe, the same script was playing out in Spain. The Spanish Civil War had become a bloody rehearsal for the wider conflict. Hitler sent his Condor Legion to bomb Guernica into rubble. Picasso would immortalize the horror on canvas, while Mussolini dispatched Italian troops to prop up Franco's fascists. Meanwhile, the democracies of Britain and France, terrified of provoking another continental conflagration, signed a sham non-intervention pact that did nothing but deny arms to the Spanish Republic. The Germans and Italians ignored it. The Soviets, under Stalin, used the conflict as a testing ground for their own brutal tactics. The democracies, however, watched with averted eyes. This was not mere cowardice. It was the haunting memory of 1914 to 1918. The British, in particular, were psychologically shattered by the Somme. In 1937, the British cabinet received a report from its chiefs of staff that stated, bluntly, that the Royal Air Force was incapable of defending London against German bombers. The estimate was that in the first week of a war, 50,000 British civilians would die from aerial bombardment. This prophecy, as we now know, proved wildly inaccurate, but in 1937 it paralyzed British policy. Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain genuinely believed that he could negotiate with Hitler because the alternative, a repeat of the trenches, was psychologically unbearable, and Hitler knew it. In November of 1937, the Führer summoned his top military commanders to the Reich Chancellery. The meeting, recorded in what became known as the Hossbach Memorandum, laid bare his intentions. Germany, he declared, required autarky, economic self-sufficiency, which could only be achieved through the conquest of Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. He gave his generals a timeline, 1943 at the latest. The German question, he told them, can be solved only by way of force. There were murmurs of dissent. General Ludwig Beck, the chief of the General Staff, warned that such a war would be catastrophic. Hitler dismissed him. "I have seen the men of the Great War," Hitler replied. "They are old. The young men of Germany are ready for a new destiny." Herein lay the second crisis, the rise of ideological totalitarianism. The war of 1939 to 1945 was not a traditional great power squabble over colonies or trade routes. It was a war of worldviews, a violent collision between liberal democracy, Soviet communism, and Nazi racial fascism. The Nazis, in particular, viewed the conflict through a lens of apocalyptic racial struggle. To Hitler, the Slavs were Untermenschen, subhumans, whose land would be cleared for German settlers. The Jews, he believed, were the puppeteers behind both Bolshevism and international capitalism. Their destruction was not a byproduct of the war, but its central purpose. As early as 1937, Hitler was telling his inner circle that the next war would bring about the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. It was not a secret. It was published in Mein Kampf. The democracies, incredibly, chose not to read it literally. And then there was the third crisis, the complicity of silence. In 1937, the United States was deeply isolationist. The Neutrality Acts, passed by Congress, prohibited the sale of arms to any belligerent nation. The American public, still mired in the Depression, wanted nothing to do with Europe's endless squabbles. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, though deeply alarmed by Hitler and Hirohito, was politically hamstrung. He could not act without public support, and public support did not exist. In the Soviet Union, Stalin was busy destroying his own military. The Great Purge of 1937 to 1938 saw the execution or imprisonment of over 30,000 Red Army officers, including 3 of the 5 marshals, all 11 deputy defense commissars, and 80% of the corps and divisional commanders. Stalin, ever paranoid, believed these men were plotting with Trotsky. In reality, he was decapitating his own armed forces on the eve of the greatest invasion in history. When the German panzers finally crashed across the border in 1941, the Red Army would be a headless giant, stunned and slaughtered by the thousands. And in Japan, the militarists had seized control. The Emperor Hirohito, a living god to his people, was a figurehead for a junta of army officers who believed that Japan's divine destiny lay in ruling the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, a euphemism for a brutal colonial empire that would rival Britain's. The rape of Nanjing, which began in December of 1937, was not a rogue action. It was state-sanctioned brutality designed to break Chinese morale and signal to the Western powers that Japan would not be intimidated. By the end of 1937, the entire international order was a ticking bomb. The only questions were when it would detonate and whether anyone would survive the blast. As the year closed, Chamberlain sat in his Downing Street study, writing a letter to his sister. He spoke of the terrible responsibility of statecraft. He confessed that sleep had become difficult. He wrote that he was considering a trip to Germany, to visit Hitler, to see the man himself, to appeal to his reason. "I have a feeling," he wrote, "that if I can only get the Führer into a room with me, I can make him see reason." It was the final fatal delusion of the age. Reason had already left the room. The dictators had abandoned it years before, and the world, sleeping uneasily in the winter of 1937, had no idea that the fire was about to consume everything. Chapter 2: The Rape of China. The fire that started the World War. The world remembers September 1st, 1939, as the day the war began. This is a lie. The war began on July 7th, 1937, at the Marco Polo Bridge, a picturesque stone span outside Beijing. What started as a minor skirmish, a Japanese soldier reportedly went missing during night maneuvers, escalated within hours into a full-scale invasion. The Japanese army, which had been garrisoned in northern China under a series of unequal treaties for decades, used the incident as a pretext. They demanded access to the city of Wanping. The Chinese garrison refused. Shots were fired. By dawn, Japanese artillery was pounding Chinese positions. Within 2 weeks, the Imperial General Staff in Tokyo had authorized the mobilization of 500,000 men. The war against China was no longer a local incident. It was a war of annihilation. And the world barely noticed. 1. The Empire of the Rising Sun. To understand Japan's savagery in China, one must understand the psychosis that had overtaken its military establishment. By 1937, the Imperial Japanese Army was not a conventional fighting force. It was a religious cult dressed in khaki. The officers of the Kwantung Army, who controlled Japan's puppet state of Manchukuo, subscribed to a philosophy called Kodo, the imperial way. It held that the emperor was a living god, that Japan was the divinely ordained ruler of Asia, and that the Chinese were a degraded race who required brutal subjugation before they could be elevated. This was not mere rhetoric. It was taught in military academies, preached in barracks, and reinforced by a propaganda machine that compared the Chinese to vermin. The political structure of Japan in 1937 was also uniquely dysfunctional. The civilian government in Tokyo was nominally in charge, but the military operated with near total autonomy. Army officers could launch invasions without cabinet approval, a phenomenon known as Gikukujo. The lower overcomes the higher. The generals in the field did not serve the politicians. The politicians feared the generals. When Prime Minister Konoe Fumimaro tried to rein in the army's excesses, he was threatened with assassination. He capitulated. And so, when General Matsui Iwane received orders to capture the Chinese capital of Nanjing, he did not ask for permission. He simply marched. 2. The Fall of Shanghai. The Battle for Shanghai, which raged from August to November 1937, was the first glimpse of the horror to come. It was urban warfare on a scale never before witnessed, block by block, building by building, with Chinese conscripts thrown into the slaughter by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government. Chiang had made a strategic decision. He would fight a delaying war. He knew his army could not defeat Japan in the field, but if he could force the Japanese to bleed for every mile, if he could drag the war into the interior, he might exhaust them. It was a desperate gambit, and Shanghai was its first test. The Chinese defenders fought with suicidal bravery. They had no air cover, no tanks, and precious little artillery. Against them, the Japanese deployed naval gunfire from the Huangpu River, aerial bombing that leveled entire city blocks, and poison gas. An estimated 200,000 Chinese soldiers died in Shanghai. The Japanese lost 40,000. The city fell on November 26th, but Chiang had bought time. More importantly, he had shown the world and the Chinese people that he was willing to fight. The propaganda value was immense. Refugees flood into the interior carrying tales of Japanese atrocities. The Chinese resistance, battered and retreating, did not break. 3. The Rape of Nanjing. On December 1st, 1937, General Matsui ordered his army to take Nanjing. He gave them 5 days. Nanjing was the Chinese capital, a city of ancient temples, modern boulevards, and nearly 1 million civilians. Chiang Kai-shek had already evacuated the government, leaving behind a skeleton garrison of 80,000 troops who were ordered to fight to the death. They did not fight to the death. They fled, abandoning their uniforms and their weapons, mixing with the civilian population in a desperate attempt to survive. The Japanese entered the city on December 13th. What followed was not a battle. It was an orgy. For 6 weeks, the Imperial Japanese Army subjected Nanjing to a systematic campaign of murder, rape, and arson. The precise death toll remains disputed. The International Military Tribunal for the Far East estimated 260,000 deaths. Chinese historians place the figure at over 300,000. Even the most conservative Japanese scholars admit to at least 100,000. Whatever the number, it was genocide. The methods were medieval. Japanese soldiers rounded up men by the thousands, bound them with wire, and machine-gunned them into mass graves. They staged kill contests, 2 officers competing to see who could decapitate the most prisoners with a samurai sword. They bayoneted women and children for sport. They raped women of every age, from elderly grandmothers to children as young as 8, often mutilating them afterward. The International Committee for the Nanjing Safety Zone, a group of Western missionaries and businessmen, kept meticulous records. They reported that the city of Nanjing was a living hell. 3 figures from this hell deserve eternal remembrance. John Rabe was a German businessman and a member of the Nazi Party. He was also, paradoxically, the city's greatest savior. As the chairman of the International Committee, Rob used his Nazi credentials to bully Japanese officers into respecting the safety zone. He spread a massive swastika flag over his compound to ward off bombers. He personally sheltered over 600 Chinese refugees in his garden. His diary, published after the war, is one of the most harrowing documents in human history, a record of how a committed Nazi, a man who believed in Hitler's cause, was so revolted by Japanese brutality that he risked his life to save his enemies. Rabe left Nanjing in February 1938, broken by what he had seen. He would later be honored in China as a living saint. Minnie Vautrin was an American missionary who ran Ginling Women's College. When Japanese soldiers came to her gates, demanding "comfort women," she stood in the doorway and refused to move. She stared them down. Her compound sheltered over 10,000 women and children as she worked herself to exhaustion, sleeping in the open with the refugees. The stress destroyed her mental health. After the war, she suffered a nervous breakdown and returned to America, where she died by suicide in 1941. Her last words in a letter to a friend were, "I am not afraid of death, only that I will not be strong enough to protect these women." The unknown soldier. There are no names for the thousands of Chinese soldiers who, disarmed and desperate, were herded onto the banks of the Yangtze River and mowed down by machine gun fire. The river ran red for days. Fishermen refused to work. The bodies clogged the waterway, floating out to sea like a macabre funeral procession. 4. The world's silence. The rape of Nanjing was not a secret. Western journalists, men like Edgar Snow, whose dispatches reached London and New York, filed detailed, unflinching reports. The New York Times published front-page headlines, and the West did nothing. The United States, which had signed the Nine-Power Treaty guaranteeing China's territorial integrity, issued a formal protest. It was ignored. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, preoccupied with the Great Depression, did not impose an embargo on oil or scrap iron, the very materials Japan needed to wage its war. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, terrified of provoking Japan in the Pacific, actively discouraged any collective action. The League of Nations, that pathetic monument to post-war idealism, passed a resolution condemning Japan's actions. It was about as effective as shouting into the wind. The reasons for this silence were not merely strategic. They were racial. The Chinese were seen by many Western diplomats as a backward, divided people who could not govern themselves. Japan, by contrast, was a modern rising power. There was an unspoken belief in Whitehall and the State Department that Japan's brutal pacification of China was, however distasteful, inevitable. It was the white man's burden inverted, the yellow man's burden legitimized by realpolitik. This was the West's original sin in the Second World War. By refusing to confront Japan in 1937, the democracies taught a generation of dictators that aggression paid dividends. Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini watched Japan with keen interest. They saw a nation that had committed crimes against humanity and faced no consequences. The lesson was unmistakable. The world had no moral spine. 5. The strategic catastrophe. For Japan, the rape of Nanjing was a strategic catastrophe disguised as a victory. The brutality did not break Chinese resistance. It unified it. The Chinese Communist Party, previously a marginal force, used the atrocity to recruit millions of peasants to their cause. Chiang Kai-shek, despite his rivalry with the Communists, declared a united front. The retreat to Chongqing, the wartime capital in the mountainous interior, became a symbol of Chinese endurance. The Japanese had conquered the cities, but they could not conquer the countryside. They were stuck in a quagmire. The Japanese generals realized too late that they had started a war they could not win. The Chinese population was too vast, the terrain too hostile, the resistance too stubborn. By 1938, the army was bogged down. Casualties mounted. Supplying their forces became a logistical nightmare. The Japanese economy, heavily dependent on American oil, was hemorrhaging resources. And so the generals looked south, to the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies, to the rubber plantations of Malaya, to the tin mines of Burma. These resources belonged to the European colonial powers, Britain, France, Holland, who were now distracted by Hitler in Europe. The Japanese saw an opportunity. If they could seize these resources, they could achieve autarky. They could win their war in China. The road to Pearl Harbor, in other words, began not in Tokyo in 1941. It began in Nanjing in 1937. The rape of China was the first domino. It led Japan to confront America, and that confrontation would bring the entire world into the inferno. 6. The lesson for Hitler. From Berlin, Adolf Hitler watched the rape of Nanjing with clinical satisfaction. He did not care about Chinese suffering. He cared about what the Western response revealed. The Western democracies, he concluded, were weak. They were consumed by pacifism, guilt, and economic malaise. They would not fight for Czechoslovakia. They would not fight for Austria. They would not even fight for China, a nation of 400 million people. If Japan could commit genocide and face nothing more than a strongly worded resolution, then Germany could conquer Poland. Germany could crush France. Germany could annihilate the Jews. The rape of Nanjing was not just a Chinese tragedy. It was a global signal. It told every aspiring dictator on earth that the gates of hell were open and no one would shut them. The cliffhanger. The fire had started in the east, but it was about to leap across the continent. In January 1938, as the corpses of Nanjing still clogged the Yangtze, Hitler summoned his generals to the Reich Chancellery. He told them that Germany's future required Lebensraum, living space, to be carved from the Slavic East. He told them that the time for patience was over. He told them that Austria would be next. Chamberlain, sitting in his Downing Street study, read the dispatches from China. He felt a pang of guilt, but he pushed it aside. China was far away. China was not his problem. His problem was Hitler, and Hitler, he believed, could be reasoned with. He was wrong. The world was wrong. And the fire, fed by the silent complicity of the democracies, was about to consume them all. Chapter 3: The Anschluss and Munich. The betrayal that made war inevitable. The year 1938 began with corpses floating down the Yangtze and ended with Adolf Hitler as the undisputed master of Central Europe. Between those two poles, the democracies of the West performed a dance of self-deception, so elaborate, so willfully blind, that it remains the single greatest diplomatic failure of the 20th century. The rape of Nanjing had taught the dictators that aggression went unpunished. Now came the proof. 1. The Anschluss. Austria falls without a shot. On February 12, 1938, Austrian Chancellor Kurt von Schuschnigg was summoned to Hitler's mountain retreat at Berchtesgaden. It was not an invitation. It was an interrogation. Hitler greeted Schuschnigg with a volcanic rage that was entirely theatrical. He screamed. He pounded the table. He accused the Austrian government of plotting against the Reich. He demanded that Schuschnigg sign a document that would effectively hand Austria over to Nazi control. The appointment of Austrian Nazi Arthur Seyss-Inquart as Minister of the Interior with control of the police. Schuschnigg, a devout Catholic and a proud Austrian, was terrified into compliance. He signed, but Schuschnigg was not entirely broken. Returning to Vienna, he announced a plebiscite. The Austrian people would vote on whether to remain independent. It was a desperate gamble, and Hitler was furious. The Führer gave Schuschnigg an ultimatum: cancel the plebiscite or face invasion. Schuschnigg, abandoned by Britain and France, capitulated. On March 11th, he resigned. The next day, German troops crossed the border. They were greeted not with resistance, but with flowers. Austrian crowds, many of them fervent Nazis, welcomed the Wehrmacht as liberators. The Anschluss, the union of Austria and Germany, was a done deal. It was a fait accompli that violated every treaty signed after the Great War. And the world did nothing. Chamberlain, in London, issued a statement of regret. France protested. The League of Nations made noises about international law. But no troops moved. No sanctions were imposed. Hitler had gambled, and he had won. The Rhineland in 1936 had been a test. Austria in 1938 was a confirmation. The Western powers, he concluded, were sheep. 2. The Czechoslovak crisis. The domino falls Czechoslovakia was the most democratic state in Central Europe, a multi-ethnic republic of Czechs, Slovaks, Hungarians, and Germans. It also possessed formidable military defenses: the Sudetenland, a mountainous border region, fortified with bunkers, artillery, and thousands of miles of barbed wire. To conquer Czechoslovakia, Hitler would have to fight. And in 1938, the German army was not yet ready for a major war. But Hitler did not need to fight. He needed only to threaten. The Sudetenland was home to 3.5 million ethnic Germans, many of whom resented Czech rule. Hitler, with the help of his propaganda chief Josef Goebbels, fanned this resentment into a nationalist firestorm. He demanded that the Sudeten Germans be given self-determination. He hinted at military action. He mobilized troops on the border. War, it seemed, was imminent. Chamberlain panicked. The British government had been told by its military chiefs that Germany could inflict 50,000 civilian casualties in the first week of bombing. The air raid sirens were tested in London. Trenches were dug in Hyde Park. Gas masks were distributed to school children. The British public, still haunted by the Somme, was terrified. Chamberlain believed he had a solution. He would go to Hitler and negotiate. He would make the Führer see reason. 3. The Flights of Chamberlain. On September 15, 1938, the British Prime Minister boarded a plane for the first time in his life. He was 79 years old. He flew to Munich, then took a train to Berchtesgaden. He had no advisors with him. He had no translators. He had only his umbrella and his unshakable faith that Hitler was a rational man. The meeting was a disaster. Hitler demanded the immediate cession of the Sudetenland. Chamberlain, unprepared and outmaneuvered, agreed to the principle of self-determination. He returned to London, convinced he had averted war. The cabinet was divided. Winston Churchill, then a backbench MP, denounced the proposal as a total and unmitigated defeat. But Chamberlain pressed on. On September 22nd, he flew again, this time to Bad Godesberg. Hitler, emboldened by Chamberlain's weakness, raised his demands. He now wanted the Sudetenland immediately, without plebiscite, and he wanted Hungarian and Polish territorial claims against Czechoslovakia to be settled in Germany's favor. Chamberlain refused. The talks collapsed. War seemed inevitable, but Chamberlain, desperate, called for a summit. Mussolini, the Italian dictator, proposed a four-power conference in Munich. Hitler agreed. Chamberlain agreed. The Czechoslovak government, whose fate was being decided, was not invited. 4. The Munich Betrayal. On September 29, 1938, the leaders of Britain, CAs, France, Italy, and Germany gathered in Munich. The Czechoslovaks were left to wait in the anteroom, like schoolboys summoned to the headmaster's office. The negotiations lasted 12 hours. The outcome was predetermined. The Munich Agreement ceded the Sudetenland to Germany. Czechoslovakia lost its defenses, its industry, and its borderlands. In return, Hitler gave a piece of paper to Chamberlain, signed by both men, declaring that the two nations would never go to war with one another again. The next day, Chamberlain stood outside 10 Downing Street and waved that piece of paper at the cheering crowds. "This," he declared, "is peace for our time." He was not lying. He genuinely believed it. Chamberlain was not a villain. He was a tragic figure, a decent man who had mistaken his own decency for the world's decency. He could not comprehend the depth of Hitler's evil because he himself was incapable of such evil. It was his finest quality and his fatal flaw. 5. The Hollow Victory. The Munich Agreement was the greatest diplomatic humiliation of the 20th century. It did not buy peace. It bought time for Hitler. The Führer had not achieved his objectives. He had not crushed Czechoslovakia. He had not broken the will of the Western powers, but he had proven that they would not fight. In the months that followed, Hitler pressed his advantage. He demanded that the rump Czechoslovak state be dismantled. On March 15, 1939, German troops marched into Prague. Czechoslovakia ceased to exist. This was the moment when Chamberlain's illusion shattered. Hitler had broken his word. He had taken non-German territory. He had violated the Munich Agreement. The Prime Minister, humiliated and enraged, issued a guarantee to Poland. Britain would defend Polish independence. It was a noble gesture, but it was a dangerous one. Britain had no army on the continent. It had no treaty with the Soviet Union. It was promising to defend a country that was indefensible. The guarantee was a bluff, and Hitler called it. 6. The lesson for Stalin. There was one man who watched Munich with greater horror than anyone else: Joseph Stalin. Stalin had proposed a collective security pact with Britain and France in 1935. He had been rebuffed. He had watched as the Western powers sacrificed Austria and Czechoslovakia. He had seen them negotiate with Hitler over the heads of the Czechoslovaks. He drew a simple, brutal conclusion. The West was not interested in stopping Hitler. They wanted Hitler to turn east. They wanted the Nazis and the Communists to destroy each other. Stalin was not entirely paranoid. There were indeed voices in Whitehall who saw Hitler's anti-communism as a useful weapon. But the real problem was not conspiracy. It was incompetence. The West had no coherent strategy. They were reactive, timid, and divided. Stalin, ever the realist, decided to protect himself. He would not fight the West's war for them. He would make his own deal with Hitler. 7. The dismantling of the dream. The Munich Agreement was more than a diplomatic failure. It was the death of the post-Wilsonian dream. Woodrow Wilson's vision of a world governed by international law, collective security, and national self-determination had been a beautiful fantasy. But Munich killed it. The democracies had proven that they would not enforce the rules. They had proven that they would sacrifice small nations to save themselves. They had proven that they were, in the final analysis, cowards. The consequences would be catastrophic. Hitler now believed he could do anything. Stalin believed he had to make a pact with the devil. The small nations of Europe, from Poland to the Baltics to the Balkans, realized they were disposable. They scrambled to ally themselves with whoever seemed stronger. The continent fractured into a patchwork of fear and self-interest. And the fire, which had started in Nanjing and spread to Austria, now roared toward its next fuel: Poland. The cliffhanger Chamberlain stood in the House of Commons on March 31st, 1939, and announced the guarantee to Poland. His voice trembled. He knew, deep down, that it was a promise he could not keep. In Moscow, Stalin convened his inner circle. The Western offer of an alliance had been too little, too late. He ordered his foreign minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, to open secret negotiations with Hitler's foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop. The two archenemies, communism and fascism, were about to embrace. In Berlin, Hitler read the British guarantee with contempt. The democracies, he concluded, had learned nothing. They had sold Czechoslovakia. They would sell Poland, too. All he had to do was wait. But Hitler was wrong. For the first time in 6 years, the democracies were about to draw a line. They had surrendered Austria. They had surrendered Czechoslovakia. They would not surrender Poland. The war, which had been burning in the East for 8 years, was about to engulf the world. Chapter 4. The Nazi-Soviet Pact. The cynical embrace that unleashed hell. On August 23, 1939, the two most implacable enemies of the 20th century signed a piece of paper that changed the world forever. In the Kremlin's Grand St. Catherine Hall, Joseph Stalin, the Georgian dictator who had purged millions in the name of world communism, stood beside Joachim von Ribbentrop, Hitler's aristocratic foreign minister. They smiled for the cameras. They toasted with champagne. They clasped hands. The non-aggression pact between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union was a masterpiece of diplomatic theater, a treaty of friendship between ideologies that had sworn to destroy each other. It was also, as Stalin later admitted to his inner circle, a pact of necessity. The dictator had run out of options, and in his desperation he gave Hitler the one thing the Führer needed most: a free hand in the West. 1. The Summer of Desperation. The summer of 1939 was a fever dream of frantic diplomacy. Chamberlain, humiliated by Munich and horrified by Hitler's invasion of Czechoslovakia, had finally drawn a line. Britain and France had guaranteed Poland's independence. But a guarantee without military capability was worse than useless. It was a provocation. The British army was tiny. The French army, though large, was defensive in doctrine, anchored to the Maginot Line. Neither had the capacity to save Poland if Hitler attacked. The only power that could stop Hitler was the Soviet Union. Stalin had 180 divisions, tens of thousands of tanks, and an air force that, despite the purges, was formidable. If Stalin aligned with the West, Hitler would face a two-front war, the very nightmare that had haunted German military strategy since Bismarck. It was a winning hand, and the West, in its infinite incompetence, proceeded to lose it. Throughout July and August, British and French delegations traveled to Moscow to negotiate an alliance. It was a shambles. The British sent a minor admiral named Reginald Drax, who traveled by slow boat and arrived without authority to sign anything. The French were equally lackluster. Stalin, watching from the Kremlin, concluded that the West was not serious. They were playing for time. They wanted the Soviet Union to bear the burden of a war they were unwilling to fight themselves. Stalin was deeply paranoid, but he was not wrong. The British and French were indeed hoping that Hitler and Stalin would destroy each other. They were offering Stalin a marriage of convenience, but they were not offering him a dowry. Hitler, by contrast, was offering the Kremlin a kingdom. 2. The Secret Courtship. The Nazi-Soviet pact was not born overnight. It was the product of a secret parallel negotiation that began in April 1939, even as British and French diplomats were still in Moscow. Hitler had made a strategic calculation. He had always planned to invade the Soviet Union. Eventually, Lebensraum in the East was his central obsession. But he could not fight a two-front war. He needed to neutralize the Soviets in 1939, buying himself time to crush Poland and France. Then, with the West subdued, he would turn east and annihilate the Bolsheviks. Stalin made a parallel calculation. He knew Hitler would eventually invade. He was not naive. But he needed time to rebuild his shattered officer corps, time to rearm, time to move his defensive lines forward. The pact would buy him, at most, 2 years. He gambled that 2 years would be enough. The negotiations were conducted with breathtaking cynicism. Stalin's foreign minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, a man so rigid that his nickname was Stone Bottom, met with Ribbentrop in a series of secret meetings. They discussed the division of Eastern Europe as if they were carving a roast. The Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, Soviet sphere. Finland, Soviet sphere. Poland, divided down the Vistula River. Romania, Soviet sphere except for the oil fields which Germany would keep. On August 21st, Stalin received a telegram from Hitler himself. "We are both determined to avoid war with each other. I beg you to receive my foreign minister at the earliest possible date." Stalin agreed. The next day, Ribbentrop flew to Moscow. 3. The signing. The pact was signed in the early hours of August 24, 1939. It was a dense legal document, full of flowery language about peaceful relations and non-intervention. But it was not the public treaty that mattered. It was the secret protocol. In a separate classified document, Germany and the Soviet Union agreed to divide Eastern Europe. Poland would be split, Germany taking the western half, the Soviet Union the eastern half. The Baltic states would be ceded to Soviet control. Finland, Bessarabia, and the Baltic coast would fall under Moscow's sphere. In return, Germany would receive undisputed control of the Polish industrial regions. The protocol was the death warrant of Eastern Europe. It was also a signal to Hitler that Stalin would not interfere with his invasion of Poland. The Soviet Union would not lift a finger to save the Polish Republic. Stalin toasted Ribbentrop with Georgian wine. "I know how much the German nation loves its Führer," Stalin said with a smirk. "I drink to his health." Ribbentrop, perhaps the most narcissistic man in the Nazi hierarchy, was delighted. The irony was almost too rich. The two architects of modern totalitarianism had embraced. The murderers of millions had become allies. 4. The shock waves. When news of the pact reached London, Chamberlain wept. He had gambled everything on the hope that Stalin would stand with the West. He had lost. The British Prime Minister, who had been the architect of appeasement, was now the victim of its consequences. His guarantee to Poland was now exposed as a bluff. He had no alliance with Moscow, no troops on the continent, and no credible way to stop Hitler. The only option left was war, a war Britain was unprepared to fight. In Paris, the French government was in despair. The Maginot Line, they had always believed, was impregnable. But Poland was not behind the Maginot Line. Poland was in the east. To save Poland, France would have to attack Germany's western border, a prospect that terrified French generals. In Washington, President Roosevelt was stunned. He had watched the drift toward war with growing alarm. The Nazi-Soviet pact, he told his advisers, was the most cynical act in modern history. It convinced him that the dictators could not be reasoned with. But American isolationism was still so strong that Roosevelt could do nothing but watch. In Berlin, Hitler exulted. "Everything I have undertaken has been crowned with success," he told his generals. "Now Poland is doomed." The Führer gave the order for the invasion to begin on September 1st. 5. The tragedy of Poland. The victims of the pact were not the Nazis or the Soviets. They were the Poles. Poland had been betrayed before, by Hitler, by Chamberlain, by the French. Now it was betrayed by Stalin. The Polish government, which had despised the Soviet Union since the Russian Revolution, had refused to allow Red Army troops on its soil. Stalin had taken that refusal as a license to destroy Poland entirely. When the German army invaded on September 1st, Polish forces fought with extraordinary bravery. The Polish Air Force, outnumbered 10-1, still took to the skies. The Polish cavalry, riding against German tanks, did not break. But they were overwhelmed. Within 2 weeks, the Germans had reached the outskirts of Warsaw. On September 17th, the Soviet Union invaded from the east. Stalin's pretext was that the Polish state had collapsed, and the Red Army was protecting the rights of the Ukrainian and Belarusian minorities. It was a lie. The invasion was a land grab, the fulfillment of the secret protocol. Polish forces, trapped between two armies, fought to the bitter end. The last pockets of resistance did not surrender until October. By then, Poland was gone. It had been erased from the map. The cost was staggering. Between 1939 and 1945, Poland would lose nearly 6 million citizens, 20% of its pre-war population. It was the greatest proportional loss of any nation in the war. And it began in September 1939 with the cynicism of the Nazi-Soviet pact. 6. The moral calculus. The pact raises a question that has haunted historians ever since. Was Stalin a fool? Or was he a cold-blooded realist who bought his country 2 precious years of peace? The evidence suggests the latter. Stalin knew Hitler was coming. He knew the pact would not prevent the invasion. But he also knew that the Soviet Union was not ready to fight in 1939. The purges had decimated the officer corps. The army was in chaos. The defensive lines were too far east. By signing the pact, Stalin moved his borders west, gaining buffer territories in the Baltics, Finland, and eastern Poland. He bought himself 22 months of peace. And in those 22 months, the Red Army was partially rebuilt. But the moral cost was immense. Stalin had not just allied himself with the devil, he had participated in the destructions of an entire nation. He had condemned millions to Nazi occupation and death. He had proven to the world that Soviet communism was just as cynical, just as imperialist, just as willing to sacrifice innocent lives as German fascism. Stalin was not a fool, but he was a monster. The pact was the marriage of monsters, and the world would pay the price. 7. The Green Light. The Nazi-Soviet pact was not just a treaty. It was a signal. Hitler had needed two things to invade Poland: the certainty that Britain and France would not fight, and the certainty that the Soviet Union would not intervene. The pact gave him both. Chamberlain, by his guarantee, had made it impossible to back down, but Hitler still believed the British would not fight. He had seen them fold at Munich. He had seen them fold at Austria. He believed they would fold again. He was wrong. On September 3rd, 2 days after the invasion, Britain and France declared war on Germany. The Second World War had begun. But it was not the war Hitler had wanted. He had wanted a localized conflict, a quick victory, a blitzkrieg against Poland. Instead, he had triggered a global conflagration. The British would fight, the French would fight, the Americans would eventually join, and the Soviets, for all their pact, would fight too. Just 2 years later, the fire had started in China. It had spread to Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. Now it was about to consume the world. The cliffhanger on September 3rd, 1939, Neville Chamberlain broadcast to the British nation. His voice was weary, broken. "I have to tell you now," he said, "that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany." In Warsaw, the bombs were already falling. Polish civilians, many of them Jewish, fled in terror. They did not know that their country would be the epicenter of the greatest catastrophe in human history. In Moscow, Stalin watched the German advance with grim satisfaction. His gamble had paid off. The war was now in the West, not the East. He had bought his time. In Berlin, Hitler raged. The British had declared war. They had defied him. The Führer, who had always dreamed of destroying the British Empire, now had his chance. The curtain had risen. The war that would kill 70 million people was about to unfold in all its horror and glory. The Blitzkrieg had begun. The phony war would follow. And then, in the spring of 1940, the real nightmare would begin. Chapter 5: The Phony War and the Fall of France. The Blitzkrieg that shattered a continent. For 8 months, the world held its breath. From September 1939 to May 1940, the great powers of Europe stared at each other across the fortified borders of the Maginot Line and the Siegfried Line, and did almost nothing. The British and French sat behind their concrete bunkers. The Germans sat behind theirs. Soldiers drilled, dug trenches, and waited. Bombers flew reconnaissance missions but dropped no bombs. There were occasional skirmishes, a few hundred casualties, but no major offensives. The Americans called it the phony war. The Germans called it the Sitzkrieg, the sitting war. Churchill, with his gift for savage wit, called it the Twilight War. It was a strange, suspended time, like the pause before a thunderstorm. The world knew something terrible was coming, it simply did not know when. When the storm finally broke, it broke with such speed and savagery that the entire architecture of European power collapsed in 6 weeks. 1. The Winter War, Stalin's humiliation. The phony war was not entirely phony. In the far north, the real war was being fought, and it was a catastrophe for the Soviet Union. On November 30th, 1939, Stalin invaded Finland. The pretext was fabricated. The Finns, he claimed, had shelled Soviet territory. The real reason was strategic. Stalin wanted to move his borders west to create a buffer zone around Leningrad. He expected a quick victory. The Red Army, with its millions of men and thousands of tanks, would crush the tiny Finnish army in a matter of weeks. He was spectacularly wrong. The Finns, commanded by the brilliant General Carl Gustaf Mannerheim, used the terrain to devastating effect. The Soviet tanks bogged down in the thick forests and deep snow. Finnish ski troops, dressed in white camouflage, appeared out of nowhere, destroyed supply convoys, and vanished. The Soviets lost hundreds of thousands of men to frostbite, ambush, and sheer incompetence. Stalin purged his generals in a frenzy of rage. The Red Army, which had been feared by the world, was revealed as a lumbering, dysfunctional giant. The Finns held out for 105 days. They inflicted 200,000 casualties on the Soviets. They became the heroes of the free world. And then, in March 1940, Stalin overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. Finland surrendered, ceding territory to the Soviet Union. But the cost was immense. Stalin's humiliation was complete. Hitler watched and concluded that the Red Army was a paper tiger. It was a fatal miscalculation that would doom the German invasion of 1941. 2. The invasion of Scandinavia. Hitler was not idle during the phony war. He was planning. The German Navy needed bases in Norway to break the British naval blockade. The Swedish iron ore, shipped through the Norwegian port of Narvik, was essential to German war production. And the Führer, ever paranoid, feared that the British would beat him to it. On April 9, 1940, Germany invaded Denmark and Norway. Denmark fell in 6 hours. Norway resisted for 2 months, aided by British and French troops. But the Germans had superior air power and better logistics. The Allies withdrew in disgrace. King Haakon VII of Norway, refusing to submit, fled to Britain. He became a symbol of defiance, a king who had chosen exile over surrender. The invasion of Norway was a strategic victory for Hitler. It secured his iron ore supplies. It gave him naval bases for the Battle of the Atlantic. And it had a profound effect on British politics. Chamberlain had led the nation through the phony war, but the Norwegian debacle was the last straw. On May 10, 1940, Chamberlain resigned. He was replaced by the man who had warned against appeasement for years, the man who had been reviled as a warmonger, the man who would become Britain's greatest wartime leader, Winston Churchill. On the same day, Hitler launched his invasion of the West. It was not a coincidence. The first day of Churchill's premiership was the first day of the bloodiest year in British history. 3. The plan, sickle cut. The German plan for the invasion of France was audacious, risky, and genius. The conventional military wisdom, shared by both French and German generals, was that an invasion would take months, cost millions of casualties, and bog down in trench warfare, just like the First World War. The Germans had no desire to repeat that catastrophe. They had a different plan, a plan conceived by General Erich von Manstein, a strategic genius who would later be called the finest German general of the war. Manstein's plan was called Sichelschnitt, sickle cut. The main German thrust would not come through Belgium, as the French expected. It would come through the Ardennes, a dense, hilly forest that French generals considered impassable for armor. The Germans would crash through the Ardennes, cross the Meuse River at Sedan, and race for the English Channel. They would cut the Allied armies in half, trapping the British and French in Belgium. It was a gamble. If it failed, the German army would be destroyed. If it succeeded, France would fall. Hitler approved the plan. The attack was scheduled for May 10th. The Führer, who had been consumed by anxiety, was finally at peace. The fate of the German nation, he told his generals, will be decided in the next few weeks. 4. The Blitzkrieg unleashed. On May 10, 1940, the German armies smashed into the Low Countries. The word Blitzkrieg, lightning war, had not yet entered the English lexicon, but it perfectly described what the Germans did. They did not attack in a broad front. They concentrated their armor into a single, irresistible spearhead, supported by dive bombers that screamed out of the sky, terrifying defenders and breaking their morale. The Luftwaffe provided air superiority, destroying the French and British air forces on the ground. The German panzers moved faster than anyone thought possible, 50 miles a day across rivers, through villages, leaving behind a trail of burning tanks and fleeing refugees. The French were stunned. Their army was structured for a static defense. Their command was slow and indecisive. Their communications were a shambles. The British Expeditionary Force, which had deployed to Belgium, was outflanked and cut off. Within a week, the Germans had crossed the Meuse. Within 2 weeks, they had reached the English Channel. The Allied armies in Belgium were trapped in a shrinking pocket around the port of Dunkirk. The French General Staff was in total collapse. General Maurice Gamelin, the French Supreme Commander, was replaced by General Maxime Weygand, a veteran of the First World War. But Weygand was too old, too slow, and too rigid. He could not stop the panzers. The refugees fled south in a desperate tide. 2 million civilians clogged the roads, carrying their belongings in wheelbarrows, baby carriages, and their own arms. The German dive bombers, the Stukas, did not distinguish between soldiers and civilians. The roads became abattoirs. France, the proudest nation in Europe, was dying. 5. The Miracle of Dunkirk. By May the 26th, the British Expeditionary Force and hundreds of thousands of French troops were trapped at Dunkirk. The Germans had surrounded them. The Luftwaffe was bombing the beaches. The panzers were poised to annihilate them. It was a catastrophe. Then came the miracle. Hitler, for reasons that remain hotly debated, ordered his panzers to halt. The decision was partly logistical. The tanks needed maintenance, and partly political. Hitler and his air chief, Hermann Göring, wanted the Luftwaffe to deliver the killing blow. Göring promised his Führer that he could destroy the pocket from the air. He was wrong. The halt gave the Allies precious time. The British Royal Navy, in an operation codenamed Dynamo, requisitioned every vessel they could find: naval destroyers, fishing trawlers, pleasure yachts, rowboats. Hundreds of small boats, manned by civilians, crossed the English Channel to rescue the trapped soldiers. They ferried men off the beaches under relentless air attack. The Luftwaffe bombed and strafed, but the little ships kept coming. Over 338,000 men were evacuated. British, French, Belgian, Dutch. It was a defeat, but it was also a triumph of courage. Churchill addressed the nation. "We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender." Dunkirk was not the end. It was the beginning. The British Army had lost all its equipment, but it had kept its men. France was lost, but Britain was not. 6. The fall of France. With the British gone, the French army collapsed. The Germans swept south. Paris was declared an open city. There would be no street fighting, no destruction of the capital. On June 14th, the German army marched down the Champs-Élysées. The Parisians watched in stunned silence. Many wept. Some, to their lasting shame, cheered. The French government fled to Bordeaux. Paul Reynaud, the prime minister, wanted to fight on from the colonies. He was overruled by his generals. Marshal Philippe Pétain, the hero of Verdun, took power. Pétain was a defeatist, a reactionary, and an anti-Semite. He negotiated an armistice with Hitler. France, the great nation of the Enlightenment, was now a puppet state. The armistice was signed in the same railway carriage where the Germans had surrendered. In 1918, Hitler sat in the same chair. He practically danced with joy. The humiliation of the First World War was avenged. Pétain's regime, based in the spa town of Vichy, collaborated with the Nazis. It was a regime of shame, a regime that would deport Jews, fight the Allies in North Africa, and betray everything France had once represented. But not all Frenchmen surrendered. A junior general named Charles de Gaulle, who had never been in command of more than a division, broadcast a message from London. "France has lost a battle," he declared, "but France has not lost the war." De Gaulle became the leader of the Free French. He was a difficult, arrogant, infuriating man, but he was also the conscience of his nation. 7. The psychological shock. The fall of France was more than a military defeat. It was a psychological catastrophe. For centuries, France had been the cultural and military heart of Europe. Its army was supposed to be the finest in the world. Its Maginot Line was supposed to be impregnable. Its empire spanned the globe, and now it had fallen in 6 weeks, less time than the French army had taken to mobilize in 1914. The British were terrified. The army had left its equipment at Dunkirk. The Royal Air Force was outnumbered. The Royal Navy, though powerful, could not stop an invasion. The country was alone, facing the entire might of Nazi Germany. American isolationism was as strong as ever. The Soviet Union was allied with Hitler. The British Commonwealth, though loyal, was far away. Churchill, in his finest hour, rallied the nation. He gave speech after speech, magnificent, defiant, unforgettable. "Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties," he thundered, "and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, 'This was their finest hour.'" He did not mention the possibility of defeat. He did not mention the possibility of surrender. He simply refused to countenance them. It was the most important decision of his life. Britain would not quit. It would not negotiate. It would fight. 8. Hitler's mistake. The fall of France was Hitler's greatest victory. It was also his greatest mistake. The Führer had achieved what his predecessors had failed to achieve in 4 years of slaughter. He had conquered France. He had humiliated Britain. He was the master of Europe. But he did not know what to do next. Hitler had expected that the British would make peace. He had hoped that, with France gone, Churchill would see reason. But Churchill had no intention of making peace. He was a lion, and lions do not negotiate with wolves. Hitler tried to lure Britain into negotiations. He offered generous terms, a peace treaty that would leave the British Empire intact, a free hand in Europe, and no reprisals for the war. Churchill refused. He was fighting for something larger than territory. He was fighting for civilization. The Führer was baffled. He did not understand Churchill. He did not understand the British. He had believed they were decadent, divided, and weak. He had been wrong. Now Hitler had a choice. He could invade Britain, Operation Sea Lion, or he could turn east, invade the Soviet Union, and force Britain to surrender through attrition. He chose the latter. It was a catastrophic decision. The war in the West was not over. It was only beginning. The cliffhanger on June 22, 1940, Hitler danced a jig in the forest of Compiègne. His victory over France was complete. He turned to his generals and declared, "The war in the West is over. Now we will turn to the real enemy. But the war in the West was not over. The British were still fighting. The Americans, though neutral, were already supplying weapons. And in the Far East, Japan was eyeing the European colonies with predatory hunger. Hitler's victory was glorious, but it was also a trap. The Führer, drunk on success, was about to make the most foolish decision of his life. He was about to invade the Soviet Union. Chapter 6: The Battle of Britain. The few who saved the world. In the summer of 1940, the fate of Western civilization hung on the shoulders of a few thousand young men. They were pilots, British, Canadian, Polish, Czech, New Zealander, Australian, South African, American. They were barely out of their teens. They flew rickety fighters made of aluminum and canvas, armed with 8 machine guns, and they hurled themselves against the most powerful air force in history. They had no reserves. They had no replacements. They had no hope of survival beyond a few weeks. And yet they fought. For 3 months, from July to October 1940, the Battle of Britain raged in the skies over southern England. It was the first major military campaign fought entirely in the air. It was also the first defeat of the Nazi war machine. Hitler, who had conquered Poland, Norway, Denmark, the Low Countries, and France in less than a year, was now stopped. The Luftwaffe was broken. The invasion of Britain was postponed, and then cancelled forever. The men who stopped Hitler were called the Few. Churchill gave them that name, and it stuck. But the Few were not just pilots. They were the radar operators, the ground crews, the women of the WAAF, the factory workers who built the Spitfires, the farmers who watched the dogfights from their fields. They were a nation united in defiance, and they saved the world. 1. The Summer of Peril. When France fell in June 1940, Britain stood alone. The British Army had left its equipment at Dunkirk: tanks, artillery, trucks, ammunition. The Home Guard, a ragtag militia of elderly men and teenage boys, was armed with shotguns and pitchforks. The Royal Navy, though powerful, was stretched thin across the globe. The only force that could stop a German invasion was the Royal Air Force. If the RAF lost, the seas would open. Hitler would send his barges across the channel. The invasion Operation Sea Lion would begin. Hitler believed the British would surrender. He offered them peace. Churchill refused. The Führer was baffled. The British, he concluded, were irrational. They would have to be destroyed. The Luftwaffe, commanded by Hermann Göring, was the most powerful air force in the world. It had 2,600 operational aircraft, fighters, bombers, dive bombers, reconnaissance planes. Göring, who was as arrogant as he was obese, promised Hitler that he would destroy the RAF in a matter of weeks. "My Luftwaffe is invincible," he boasted. "The British will be begging for peace by autumn." Göring was spectacularly wrong, but in the summer of 1940 no one knew that yet. 2. The Dowding System. The British had a secret weapon, radar. The chain-home radar system, a network of masts along the southern and eastern coasts, could detect German aircraft at a range of over 100 miles. It was crude and primitive, but it was effective. The radar operators could track the incoming formations, estimate their size and direction, and relay the information to the fighter controllers on the ground. The man who orchestrated this defense was Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, a dour, stubborn Scotsman who was nearly retired. Dowding was the architect of the Dowding System, a complex web of radar stations, observation posts, telephone lines, and fighter sectors that turned the RAF into a highly effective defensive force. He was deeply unpopular with his superiors, who considered him too cautious. But he was also brilliant. He refused to send his fighters to France, conserving them for the battle to come. He refused to be drawn into mass dogfights. He insisted on husbanding his resources, rotating his squadrons, and attacking the enemy only when the advantage was clear. Dowding was not a charismatic leader. He was a bureaucrat, a logistician, a planner, but he was the perfect man for the job. Without him, the Battle of Britain would have been lost. 3. The adversaries. The RAF was outnumbered, but it was not outclassed. The British had two main fighter aircraft, the Hawker Hurricane and the Supermarine Spitfire. The Hurricane was rugged, reliable, and simple to fly. It was the workhorse of the RAF, accounting for 60% of the kills. The Spitfire was more glamorous, faster, more maneuverable, and more agile. It was the aircraft that every pilot wanted to fly. The Germans had the Messerschmitt Bf 109, a superb fighter that was faster than the Spitfire in a dive and better at high altitudes. But it had one fatal flaw: its range. It could only stay over Britain for 20 minutes before running low on fuel. The German bombers, the Heinkel, Dornier, and Junkers, were slow, lumbering, and vulnerable. They could not outrun the British fighters. They needed constant protection from the Messerschmitts, and that protection was never enough. The pilots were the other half of the equation. The British pilots were young, untested, and often exhausted. They flew 7 missions a day. They slept in their uniforms. They drank whiskey to steady their nerves. The Germans were more experienced, having fought in Poland and France. But they were also arrogant. Goering had told them the RAF was a spent force. They believed him. They were wrong. 4. The phases of the battle. The Battle of Britain is usually divided into 4 phases. Phase 1. The Channel Battles, July 10th to August 11th, 1940. The Luftwaffe attacked British shipping in the English Channel. It was a probing action designed to test the RAF's defenses and draw the fighters into battle. The Germans sank dozens of ships, but they also lost hundreds of aircraft. The RAF, though stretched, held its own. Phase 2. Eagle Attack, August 12th to August 23rd, 1940. Goering launched a full-scale assault on the RAF's airfields, radar stations, and aircraft factories. The targets were the 11 fighter bases in southern England. The Germans flew massive raids, often numbering hundreds of aircraft. The RAF scrambled every available fighter. The fighting was intense. The Germans lost 500 aircraft. The British lost 200. But the British had no reserves. The squadrons were being ground down. Phase 3, the critical moment, August 24th to September 6th, 1940. This was the most dangerous phase of the battle. The Luftwaffe shifted its focus to the forward fighter bases. The RAF was on its knees. The pilots were exhausted. The aircraft were damaged. The ground crews were working 18-hour shifts. The bases were pounded. If the Germans had continued this strategy for another 2 weeks, the RAF would have collapsed. Britain would have been invaded. Then came the mistake. 5. The Blitz, Hitler's fatal error. On the night of August 24th, a German bomber crew got lost. They were supposed to bomb an aircraft factory. Instead, they dropped their bombs on London. The attack was an accident, but Churchill, sensing an opportunity, ordered a retaliatory raid on Berlin. The Berlin raid was a propaganda disaster. Hitler had promised the German people that the Reich would never be bombed. Now, British bombs were falling on the capital. The Führer was furious. "If they attack our cities," he screamed, "we will erase theirs from the map." On September 7th, the Luftwaffe shifted its focus. It stopped attacking the airfields. It began bombing London. The Blitz had begun. It was the worst military decision of the war to that point. The Luftwaffe, which had been on the verge of victory, now squandered its advantage. The RAF was given the breathing space it desperately needed. The bases were repaired. The pilots were rested. The aircraft were serviced. When the Germans returned to the airfields in mid-September, it was too late. The RAF was back at full strength. The Blitz was a horror. The German bombers came in waves, night after night, dropping high explosives and incendiaries on the civilian population. The East End of London was devastated. The docks were destroyed. The people cowered in the underground stations, the tube tunnels, the cellars. Over 40,000 civilians were killed. Tens of thousands were injured. But the morale of the British people did not break. They worked. They dug out the bodies. They went back to the factories. They kept fighting. 6. The Few. On September 15th, the Luftwaffe launched 2 massive raids against London. It was meant to be the final blow, the knockout punch. The RAF scrambled every available fighter. The skies over London were filled with smoke and fire and screaming aircraft. The pilots, exhausted and outnumbered, fought with desperate courage. The Germans lost 60 aircraft that day. The British lost 26. But the real significance was psychological. The Luftwaffe had been defeated in a stand-up fight. Göring's promise to destroy the RAF was proven empty. Churchill, visiting the headquarters of No. 11 Group, watched the battle unfold on the plotting board. He turned to the young pilots, his eyes filled with tears. "Never in the field of human conflict," he said, "was so much owed by so many to so few." The few were the pilots, but they were also the radar operators, the ground crews, the women who plotted the tracks on the maps. They were the silent heroes, and they were magnificent. 7. The Aftermath. The Battle of Britain was over by the end of October. The Luftwaffe continued to bomb Britain. The Blitz would last until May 1941. But the invasion was off. Hitler had turned his gaze east toward the Soviet Union. Britain was no longer the main target. The cost was immense. The RAF lost 1,023 aircraft. The Germans lost 1,887. The British pilots, the few, lost 544 of their number. They were young, brave, and they died quickly. The average life expectancy of a fighter pilot in the Battle of Britain was 2 weeks. But they had won. They had stopped Hitler. They had proven that the Nazi war machine was not invincible. It was the first defeat of the Third Reich, and it marked the moment when the tide of the war began to turn. 8. The significance. The Battle of Britain was more than a military victory. It was a moral victory. It proved that democracies could stand against tyranny. It proved that courage, technology, and determination could overcome overwhelming odds. It gave hope to the occupied nations of Europe. It gave heart to the Americans, who were still neutral but increasingly alarmed. It showed the world that Britain would not surrender, that the cause of freedom was not yet lost. Churchill summed it up in his immortal speech. "The gratitude of every home in our island, in our empire, and indeed throughout the world, except in the abodes of the guilty, goes out to the British airmen who, undaunted by odds, unwearied in their constant challenge and mortal danger, are turning the tide of the world war by their prowess and by their devotion. The few were the saviors of civilization. They were young, they were brave, they were magnificent, and they were victorious." The cliffhanger of the Battle of Britain was won, but the war was far from over. Hitler, humiliated by his failure to destroy the RAF, turned his fury eastward. He had always planned to invade the Soviet Union. Now that invasion became an obsession. In Moscow, Stalin watched the defeat of the Luftwaffe with cold satisfaction. The British were bleeding the Germans. The more they bled, the less they could bleed the Soviets. Stalin believed he could buy more time. He was wrong. In Washington, President Roosevelt watched the battle with growing alarm. Britain was holding, but it was bleeding. Roosevelt knew that America would have to intervene. He just didn't know when or how. And in Berlin, Hitler was already planning the invasion that would doom him. Operation Barbarossa, the largest military operation in human history, was about to begin. Chapter 7, Barbarossa. The invasion that doomed the Third Reich. On June 22, 1941, the largest military invasion in human history began. At 3:15 in the morning, 3 million German soldiers, along with hundreds of thousands of Romanian, Hungarian, Italian, and Finnish troops, crossed the borders of the Soviet Union. They came with 3,600 tanks, 600,000 motor vehicles, 7,000 artillery pieces, and 2,700 aircraft. They stretched along a front that ran from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south, over 1,800 miles of hostile territory. It was the culmination of Hitler's lifelong obsession. The Führer had always dreamed of destroying Bolshevism and carving out Lebensraum, living space, for the German people in the East. The war in the West had been a distraction. The war in the East was the real war, the racial war, the war of annihilation. Hitler believed it would be over in 6 weeks. He was spectacularly wrong. Operation Barbarossa, named after the medieval German emperor who had drowned on a crusade, would become the graveyard of the Nazi dream. It would consume the lives of 27 million Soviets, more than the population of Australia. It would destroy the German army, and it would ultimately bring the Third Reich to its knees. On the obsession. Hitler's hatred of the Soviet Union was not political, it was racial. In Mein Kampf, the Führer had laid out his worldview in excruciating detail. The German people, he believed, were the master race. They were destined to rule the world, but they needed living space, land, resources, and food to fulfill their destiny. That living space lay in the east, in the vast plains of Russia and Ukraine. The Slavic peoples who lived there were Untermenschen, subhumans, who deserved nothing but enslavement or extermination. The Jews, Hitler believed, were the puppeteers of Bolshevism. They had created the Soviet state. They were the architects of the international conspiracy against Germany. Destroying the Soviet Union meant destroying the Jews. It was a 2-for-1 deal. Hitler had always intended to invade the Soviet Union. The Nazi-Soviet pact was a tactical maneuver, a temporary truce to buy time. Stalin knew this. He had told his inner circle that the pact would give him 2 years of peace. He was gambling that Hitler would be too busy in the West to turn east. He was wrong. 2. The miscalculations. The Germans made several catastrophic miscalculations. First, they underestimated the Soviet army. The purges of 1937 to 1938 had decimated the Red Army's officer corps. But the Soviet military was still vast, 12,000 tanks, 20,000 aircraft, and over 5 million men in uniform. The German intelligence services, influenced by their own racism, dismissed the Soviet troops as Asiatic hordes who would collapse at the first sign of resistance. They were wrong. Second, they underestimated the Soviet infrastructure. The German supply lines stretched for hundreds of miles across dirt roads that turned into rivers of mud in the autumn and frozen wastelands in the winter. The Germans had expected a short war. They had not planned for a long one. By October, the supply lines were stretched to the breaking point. The soldiers were starving. The tanks were running out of fuel. The winter coats were still in Berlin. Third, they underestimated the Soviet resolve. Stalin was a paranoid tyrant, but he was also a leader who would not surrender. The Soviet people, brutalized by their own regime, still rose to defend their homeland. The Germans were not fighting a communist state. They were fighting the Russian motherland, and the Russians were willing to sacrifice everything, every city, every village, every man, woman, and child to stop the invaders. 3. The invasion. The invasion began with a blitzkrieg unlike anything the world had seen. The German panzers sliced through the Soviet lines like a hot knife through butter. The encirclements were massive. At Minsk, 300,000 Soviet troops were captured. At Smolensk, another 300,000. At Kiev, the Germans trapped 665,000 Soviet soldiers in the largest encirclement in military history. The Soviet army, stunned and leaderless, fell back in disarray. The Luftwaffe dominated the skies. The Soviet Air Force, caught on the ground, lost 2,000 aircraft in the first 3 days. The supply lines, the command centers, the communication networks, all were destroyed. The Soviet troops were reduced to primitive tactics, fighting with outdated weapons and little ammunition. Hitler was ecstatic. "We have only to kick in the door," he told his generals, "and the whole rotten structure will come crashing down." He believed the war was already won. He began planning the post-war occupation, the liquidation of the Soviet cities, the enslavement of the Slavic population, the mass starvation of tens of millions. He was wrong. 4. The brutalization. The German invasion was not a conventional war. It was a war of annihilation. The Commissar order, issued by Hitler before the invasion, instructed German troops to execute all Soviet political officers on the spot. The Barbarossa jurisdiction order freed German soldiers from any legal consequences for crimes against Soviet civilians. The hunger plan prepared by the German leadership called for the deliberate starvation of up to 30 million Soviet citizens to feed the German army. The German troops did not need these orders to be savage. They brought their racism with them. They burned villages. They shot hostages. They herded Jews and intellectuals into mass graves and executed them. The SS Einsatzgruppen, the death squads, followed the army into the conquered territories, killing hundreds of thousands of civilians in the first months of the invasion. They were accompanied by local collaborators, many of whom were only too eager to settle old scores. The horror was immense, but it was also counterproductive. The brutality alienated the Soviet population. Many Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Baltic peoples had greeted the Germans as liberators from Stalin's tyranny. They soon learned that Hitler's tyranny was worse. They turned to partisan warfare. They joined the Red Army. They fought the invaders with a ferocity that was born of desperation. 5. The Battle of Moscow. By October 1941, the Germans were within striking distance of Moscow. The city was the heart of the Soviet Union, the political, economic, and cultural center. If Moscow fell, the Soviet war effort would collapse. Stalin refused to evacuate. He ordered the city defended to the last. The Germans launched Operation Typhoon, the final assault on Moscow. The panzers pushed forward. The Luftwaffe bombed the city. The Soviet defenders, many of them hastily trained civilians, fought with desperate courage. The Germans advanced to within 20 miles of the Kremlin. They could see the spires of the churches. They could smell the smoke from the burning factories. Then came the mud. The autumn rains turned the Russian roads into seas of sticky, suffocating sludge. The tanks bogged down. The supply lines collapsed. The soldiers, exhausted and freezing, could barely move. Then came the snow. On December 5th, 1941, the temperature dropped to -40 degrees Fahrenheit. German troops, still in summer uniforms, began to freeze to death in the trenches. The vehicles wouldn't start. The guns wouldn't fire. The men were dying of frostbite, hunger, and despair. On December 6th, the Soviet counteroffensive began. Fresh Siberian divisions trained in winter warfare and equipped with winter uniforms launched a massive attack. The Germans were stunned. They had not believed the Russians could mount an offensive in the depths of winter. They were wrong. The Germans were pushed back from Moscow. It was their first major defeat of the war. 6. The turning point. The Battle of Moscow was not just a military defeat. It was a psychological catastrophe. The German army, which had been invincible, was now retreating. The Blitzkrieg had failed. The war in the East, which Hitler had promised would be over in 6 weeks, was now going to last for years. The German soldiers, who had believed they were the master race, were now fleeing in terror from the Soviet peasants they had dismissed as subhuman. Hitler was furious. He dismissed General Heinz Guderian, the architect of the Blitzkrieg. He took personal command of the army. He issued a no-retreat order, demanding that every soldier fight to the death. The order was militarily idiotic, but it was psychologically effective. The German army, trapped in a hopeless situation, fought on. The Soviets had won a crucial victory. They had stopped the German advance. They had saved Moscow. But the cost was immense. The Soviet Union had lost over 4 million men in the first 6 months of the war. The Germans had lost 800,000. The casualties were staggering. The war was only beginning. 7. The failure of Barbarossa. Operation Barbarossa was a failure. It had failed to achieve its primary objective, the destruction of the Soviet Union. It had failed to achieve its secondary objectives, the capture of Moscow, Leningrad, and the Soviet oil fields. It had failed to achieve its racial objectives, the extermination of the Slavic peoples and the Jews. But the failure of Barbarossa was more than a military defeat. It was the turning point of the war. The German army had been fatally weakened. The myth of German invincibility had been shattered. The Soviet Union, which had been on the verge of collapse, was now determined to fight to the death. The Americans, who had been watching from a distance, were now convinced that Hitler could be beaten. And in Berlin, Hitler was sinking deeper into his bunker. The Führer, who had been a genius of propaganda and politics, was now a military incompetent. He had lost the war in the East. He just didn't know it yet. 8. The meaning of Barbarossa. Barbarossa was the defining campaign of the Second World War. It was the campaign that killed the most people. It was the campaign that decided the fate of Europe. It was the campaign that revealed the true nature of Nazism, a movement of genocide, slavery, and racial annihilation. The Soviet Union had been Hitler's greatest enemy. It had been the only power capable of destroying the Third Reich. And now, in the bitter winter of 1941, the Red Army had shown the world that it would not break. The Soviet people, who had suffered under Stalin's terror, were now fighting for their survival. They were fighting for their mothers, their children, their villages, their faith. And they were winning. The war in the East was far from over. It would continue for another 3 years, consuming millions of lives. But Barbarossa had marked the turning point. The Soviet Union had survived. The Third Reich had not. The cliffhanger. The winter of 1941 was the most brutal in living memory. The German soldiers, freezing and starving, huddled in their foxholes praying for a miracle that would not come. The Soviet soldiers, hardened by the cold and driven by desperation, pressed forward, driving the Germans back from Moscow. In Tokyo, the Japanese leadership watched the German failure with growing alarm. The war in Europe was now a stalemate. The opportunity for expansion in Asia was fading. The Japanese generals, frustrated by the American embargo on oil, made a fateful decision. They would strike south, toward the oil-rich colonies of the Dutch and British, and they would strike America first. In Washington, President Roosevelt received the news from Moscow with cautious hope. The Russians were fighting. They were bleeding the Germans. But America was still neutral. That neutrality was about to be shattered. On December 7th, 1941, a date which would live in infamy, the Japanese launched their attack on Pearl Harbor. The war in Europe was now a world war. Chapter 8: Pearl Harbor. The day that changed the world. The sun rose over Honolulu on December 7th, 1941, as it had risen for 1,000 years, golden, tranquil, indifferent. The palm trees swayed in the warm trade winds. The surf rolled onto Waikiki Beach. The battleships of the United States Pacific Fleet lay at anchor in Pearl Harbor, their crews sleeping peacefully after a Saturday night of liberty in the bars and brothels of the city. It was a Sunday morning. The chaplains were preparing for services. The band was tuning up for the flag raising. The sailors were writing letters home. It was the most peaceful place on earth. At 7:48 a.m., the peace was shattered. The sky filled with Japanese aircraft, torpedo bombers, dive bombers, fighters, and high-level bombers. They came in waves, 353 aircraft in all, launched from 6 aircraft carriers hundreds of miles to the north. They flew low over the harbor, their wingtips glinting in the morning sun. The American radar operators who had detected the incoming aircraft were told to ignore them. It was probably a flight of B-17S from the mainland. No one sounded the alarm. The first bombs fell on the airfields, destroying the American fighter planes on the ground. The torpedo bombers swooped low over the harbor, dropping their deadly payloads into the shallow water. The battleships, anchored in neat rows, were sitting ducks. The Arizona took a direct hit to its forward magazine. The explosion was cataclysmic, a fireball that rose 1,000 feet into the sky. The ship sank in 9 minutes, taking 1,177 sailors with it. The Oklahoma capsized. The West Virginia and California sank at their moorings. The Nevada, the only battleship to get underway, was hit repeatedly and grounded to avoid sinking in the channel. The attack lasted just 90 minutes. By the time it was over, the United States had lost 2,403 dead, 1,178 wounded, 188 aircraft destroyed, and 8 battleships sunk or damaged. The Pacific Fleet was crippled. The Japanese, led by Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, had achieved a tactical triumph, but they had also achieved a strategic disaster. The attack on Pearl Harbor did not destroy the American will to fight. It did not cripple the American aircraft carriers, which were at sea, and it did not prevent the United States from turning its immense industrial might against Japan. The sleeping giant had awakened. 1. The road to war. The attack on Pearl Harbor was not a sudden decision. It was the culmination of a decade of tension between Japan and the United States. Japan's war in China had been a drain on its resources. The Japanese economy, heavily dependent on American oil, steel, and scrap iron, was hemorrhaging money and materials. The American embargo imposed in response to Japan's aggression in China and its occupation of French Indochina was strangling the Japanese war machine. By 1941, Japan had only enough oil for 2 years of peacetime consumption, and even less for war. The Japanese leadership had a choice. They could withdraw from China and Indochina, accept American dominance, and return to the status quo. Or they could strike south, seize the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies, and achieve autarky. The first option was humiliating. The second was risky. But the Japanese military, dominated by aggressive nationalists, chose the second. The war in Europe had created an opportunity. The British, French, and Dutch colonial empires were distracted by Hitler. The Japanese could seize their colonies, Malaya, Burma, Singapore, the Dutch East Indies, with relative ease. The only obstacle was the United States. The American Pacific Fleet, based at Pearl Harbor, was the only force capable of stopping the Japanese advance. Admiral Yamamoto, the architect of the Japanese Navy, was a reluctant warrior. He had studied in America. He knew the industrial power of the United States. He warned his superiors that a war with America would be catastrophic. "I can run wild for 6 months," he told them, "but after that I have no confidence in the outcome." But Yamamoto was also a loyal soldier. When he was ordered to attack, he did so with ruthless efficiency. His plan was audacious, a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor that would cripple the American Pacific Fleet and buy Japan time to establish its defensive perimeter in the Pacific. It was a gamble, but it was the only option. 2. The attack. The Japanese task force, commanded by Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, had sailed in absolute secrecy. The 6 aircraft carriers Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, Hiryu, Shokaku, and Zuikaku had taken a northern route, avoiding shipping lanes and air patrols. The fleet had maintained radio silence. The crews had been trained for months in a mock-up of Pearl Harbor in Japan's inland sea. On December 7th at 6 a.m., the first wave of aircraft was launched. The pilots, many of them veterans of the war in China, flew with precision and discipline. They knew the harbor as intimately as the American sailors did. The first torpedoes struck at 7:48. The American sailors were caught completely by surprise. They had been trained for war, but they had not been trained for this. They scrambled to their battle stations. They manned the anti-aircraft guns. They fired back with desperate courage. The Oklahoma was hit by 5 torpedoes. It rolled over and sank, trapping hundreds of sailors inside. The California was hit by a torpedo and a bomb. It settled slowly into the mud. The West Virginia was hit by 7 torpedoes and 2 bombs. It burned for hours. The Arizona exploded in a fireball that was visible for miles. The airfields were devastated. The American fighters, parked wingtip to wingtip, were destroyed in waves of strafing. The bombers caught on the ground were incinerated. The U.S. Army Air Corps, which had been planning a counterattack, was grounded. The second wave arrived at 8:45. The Japanese pilots targeted the cruisers, destroyers, and repair facilities. They were methodical, professional, and deadly. But they did not destroy the oil storage tanks or the submarine base. They did not destroy the repair yards. They did not destroy the aircraft carriers which were at sea. At 9:45, the Japanese planes withdrew. The attack was over. The harbor was a graveyard. 3. The aftermath. The American response was immediate and emotional. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had been briefed on the attack, was stunned. He had expected war, but he had not expected this. Not a devastating attack on American soil, not a crippling blow to the Pacific Fleet. On December 8th, Roosevelt addressed a joint session of Congress. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled. "Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan." He asked for a declaration of war. Congress approved it in less than an hour. The United States was at war with Japan. 3 days later, Hitler declared war on the United States. The Führer, who was not obligated to do so under the treaty with Japan, made a fateful decision. He believed that the United States, weakened by the Pacific War, would not be able to intervene in Europe. He was wrong. Hitler's declaration of war was one of the greatest blunders of the war. It gave Roosevelt the justification he needed to prioritize the defeat of Germany over the defeat of Japan. The Europe First strategy was born. 4. The conspiracies. The attack on Pearl Harbor has been the subject of endless conspiracy theories. Did Roosevelt know about the attack? Did he allow it to happen, to justify American entry into the war? The evidence suggests otherwise. The American intelligence services had broken the Japanese diplomatic codes. They knew that Japan was planning an attack on a specific date, but they did not know the target. The Japanese military codes, which would have revealed the Pearl Harbor plan, had not been broken. The warnings that reached Washington were vague and contradictory. The American commanders in Hawaii, Admiral Husband Kimmel and General Walter Short, were not warned of the specific threat. They were not prepared. The truth is more prosaic than the conspiracies. The United States was a peacetime nation, unprepared for war. The attack on Pearl Harbor was a surprise because the Americans, like the British and the French before them, had underestimated the enemy. They had dismissed the Japanese as incapable of such a bold, sophisticated operation. They were wrong. 5. The strategic mistake. The attack on Pearl Harbor was a tactical triumph for Japan, but it was a strategic disaster. The Japanese had destroyed the American battleships, but they had not destroyed the American aircraft carriers. The Enterprise, Lexington, and Saratoga were all at sea. The carriers were the decisive weapon of the Pacific War. Without them, the American fleet could not have fought the Battle of Midway or the island-hopping campaign. The Japanese had missed their primary target. The attack also failed to destroy the American oil reserves and repair facilities. The Pearl Harbor base was back in operation within weeks. The American Navy, which had been crippled on December 7th, was operational again by the spring of 1942. Most importantly, the attack unified the American people. The isolationists, who had been arguing against intervention, were silenced. The American public, which had been deeply divided, was now united in a single purpose: revenge. The American industrial machine, which had been dormant, was now mobilized. The United States would produce more aircraft, more tanks, more ships, and more artillery than the rest of the world combined. 6. The global implications. The attack on Pearl Harbor transformed the war. The United States, which had been neutral, was now a belligerent. The American Navy was fighting in the Pacific. The American Army was preparing for Europe. The American Air Force was bombing Germany. The war was now truly global. The attack also changed the nature of the alliance. The British, who had been fighting alone, now had a powerful ally. The Soviets, who had been fighting the Germans alone, now had an ally in the West. The Americans, British, and Soviets, the Grand Alliance, were now united against the Axis powers. But the Grand Alliance was not a friendship. It was a marriage of convenience. The Americans and the British were capitalists. The Soviets were communists. They distrusted each other. They suspected each other. They competed for influence. The alliance would hold together, but it would be a fragile, fractious partnership. 7. The meaning of Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was the moment when the American dream collided with the nightmare of World War. The United States, which had tried to remain aloof from the conflicts of the Old World, was now drawn into the most devastating conflict in human history. Pearl Harbor was also the moment when the war became truly global. The conflict in Europe, which had been raging for 2 years, was now linked to the conflict in Asia. The war in the Atlantic, the war in the Pacific, the war in North Africa, the war in the Soviet Union, all were now part of a single interconnected struggle. And Pearl Harbor was the moment when the Americans learned that they could not remain neutral. The world was too small, the stakes too high, and the enemy too evil. The Americans would fight and they would win, but the cost would be enormous. The cliffhanger on December 8, 1941, the United States declared war on Japan. On December 11th, Germany declared war on the United States. The war was now a global conflict. The British, the Soviets, and the Americans were allies. The Japanese, the Germans, and the Italians were the Axis. The world was at war. But the war was far from won. The Germans were still advancing in the Soviet Union. The Japanese were sweeping through Southeast Asia. The British were fighting in North Africa. The Americans were preparing for the Pacific. The next 2 years would be the bloodiest of the war. The Axis powers would reach their greatest extent, and then they would begin to fall. The tide was about to turn. Chapter 9: Japan's Empire of the Sun. The Blitzkrieg that shocked the West. In the 4 months following Pearl Harbor, the Japanese army achieved what no other military force in history had ever accomplished. It conquered an empire, from the frozen Aleutian Islands to the steamy jungles of New Guinea, from the mountains of Burma to the coral atolls of the Central Pacific. The Japanese swept all before them. They defeated the British, the Americans, the Dutch, the Australians, and the Chinese. They captured Singapore, the impregnable fortress. They humiliated the British in Hong Kong and Malaya. They crushed the American army in the Philippines. They seized the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies. They advanced to the very gates of India and Australia. The Empire of the Sun, as the Japanese called their new dominion, stretched across 10,000 miles of ocean and contained over 400 million people. It was the largest empire in Asia since Genghis Khan. It was also the most brutal. The Japanese conquest was marked by massacres, forced labor, starvation, and systematic rape. The occupation, which would last for 3 years, was a living hell for millions of Asians. But the Empire of the Sun was also a house of cards. The Japanese had overextended themselves. They had conquered too much, too quickly, with too few troops. They had made mortal enemies of the Chinese, the British, the Americans, and the Soviet Union, and they had awakened the sleeping giant of American industrial power. The empire would not last, but before it fell, it would leave a trail of blood and suffering that would haunt Asia for generations. On. The Blitzkrieg begins. On December 8, 1941, the day after Pearl Harbor, the Japanese launched their offensives across Southeast Asia. The attacks were synchronized, coordinated, and devastating. In Malaya, General Tomoyuki Yamashita led his 25th Army south from Thailand through the jungle-covered peninsula. The British defenders, commanded by General Arthur Percival, were complacent. They had expected a slow advance through the dense jungle. Instead, the Japanese used bicycles, light tanks, and ruthless infantry tactics to bypass the British positions. They moved faster than anyone thought possible. The British, outflanked and demoralized, retreated in disarray. In Hong Kong, the Japanese attacked the British colony on the same day. The defenders, outnumbered and outgunned, held out for 2 weeks. The final assault came on Christmas Day. The British surrendered. The Japanese, furious at the resistance, massacred the prisoners. In the Philippines, the Japanese landed on Luzon and advanced toward Manila. The American and Filipino defenders, commanded by General Douglas MacArthur, were overwhelmed. MacArthur withdrew his forces to the Bataan Peninsula, where they would hold out for months, but the Japanese were relentless. They pushed the defenders to the brink of starvation. In the Dutch East Indies, the Japanese attacked the oil fields of Sumatra and Java. The Dutch defenders, abandoned by the British and Americans, fought bravely but were quickly overwhelmed. The oil field, which had been the prize of the Japanese offensive, fell intact. In Burma, the Japanese advanced toward Rangoon, threatening the British supply line to China. The British, fighting in the jungle against a determined enemy, were forced to retreat. The Burma Road, the lifeline to China, was cut. 2. The fall of Singapore. The fall of Singapore was the most humiliating defeat in British military history. Singapore was the Gibraltar of the East, a fortress defended by massive naval guns, a garrison of 80,000 troops, and the entire British Far Eastern Fleet. Churchill had declared it impregnable. The British believed that the Japanese would attack from the sea, where the naval guns could destroy them. Instead, the Japanese attacked from the land, through the Malayan jungle, which the British had dismissed as impassable. Yamashita's forces, outnumbered and undersupplied, used deception and speed to break through the British defenses. They landed on the northern coast of Singapore, outflanking the naval guns. The British, stunned by the boldness of the attack, retreated in confusion. By February 13th, the Japanese had reached the outskirts of the city. The British, surrounded and running out of water, surrendered on February 15th. The fall of Singapore was a disaster for the British Empire. It was the largest surrender in British history. 80,000 troops captured by a Japanese army half their size. Churchill called it the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history. The British prestige in Asia, built over centuries of colonial rule, was shattered. The Asian peoples, who had been taught to respect the British, now saw them as weak and defeated. The Japanese were merciless. They herded the prisoners into camps where they were forced to build the Burma-Siam Railway, the Death Railway. 15,000 Allied prisoners died in the construction. 80,000 Asian laborers died. It was a preview of the horror that would follow. 3. The Bataan Death. March. The fall of the Philippines was equally catastrophic. MacArthur's forces, trapped on the Bataan Peninsula, had held out for 4 months. They had fought with desperate courage, surviving on half rations, fighting off malaria, and enduring constant Japanese attacks. But they were overwhelmed. On April 9, 1942, the American and Filipino defenders surrendered. MacArthur, who had been ordered to evacuate, had already left for Australia. His famous promise, "I shall return," seemed hollow to the men he had left behind. The Japanese forced the prisoners to march from Bataan to a prison camp 65 miles away. The Bataan Death March was a living nightmare. The prisoners, already weakened by hunger and disease, were beaten, bayoneted, and shot if they fell behind. They were given no food or water. Thousands died along the route. The Japanese soldiers, many of them drunk, were sadistic in their cruelty. It was not a march, it was a massacre. The survivors were herded into prison camps where they were subjected to forced labor, starvation, and torture. The Japanese did not believe in the Geneva Convention. They treated their prisoners as less than human. It was a preview of the horrors that would be inflicted on Allied prisoners across the Pacific. 4. The conquest of the Dutch East Indies. The Dutch East Indies, modern-day Indonesia, were the prize of the Japanese offensive. They were rich in oil, rubber, tin, and spices. Without them, Japan could not sustain its war machine. The Japanese attacked the islands in January 1942. The Dutch defenders, supported by American, British, and Australian forces, fought bravely but were hopelessly outnumbered. The Japanese advanced through the jungles, capturing the oil fields and refineries. By March, the entire archipelago had fallen. The Japanese occupation was brutal. They exploited the local population for forced labor. They executed suspected resistance fighters. They raped women and children. The Dutch, who had ruled Indonesia for centuries, were stripped of their power and imprisoned. The local population, however, was not liberated. They were merely subjected to a new, even more brutal form of colonialism. The fall of the Dutch East Indies was a strategic catastrophe for the Allies. It gave Japan access to the oil it needed to continue the war. But it was also a political catastrophe. The Japanese, by humiliating the European colonial powers, had awakened the nationalist aspirations of the Asian peoples. The Dutch would never rule Indonesia again. The British would never rule Malaya or Burma again. The French would never rule Indochina again. The war had unleashed forces that would reshape the world. 5. The Burma Campaign. The Japanese advance into Burma was one of the most brutal campaigns of the war. Burma was the British colony that bordered India. It was also the terminus of the Burma Road, the American supply line to China. The Japanese, seeking to cut the supply line and threaten India, invaded in January 1942. The British defenders, outnumbered and unprepared, were quickly overwhelmed. The Japanese used the jungle to their advantage, flanking the British positions and forcing them to retreat. The British, along with their Chinese and Burmese allies, retreated through the jungles of northern Burma. It was a nightmare: malaria, dysentery, starvation, and constant Japanese attacks. The survivors reached India in June 1942, having lost most of their equipment. The Burma Road was cut. The Chinese, who had been fighting Japan for 5 years, were now cut off from Allied supplies. The Japanese occupation of Burma was brutal. The Japanese executed suspected resistance fighters, conscripted forced labor, and raped women. The Burmese people, many of whom had welcomed the Japanese as liberators from British rule, were soon disenchanted. They turned to guerrilla warfare, fighting the Japanese with homemade weapons and American-supplied arms. 6. The Imperial Myth. The Japanese occupation was based on a myth, the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. The myth was simple. Japan was freeing Asia from Western colonialism. It was creating a new order based on Asian solidarity and racial purity. The Japanese, as the superior race, would lead the weaker Asian peoples to a new age of prosperity and glory. The reality was very different. The Japanese treated the local populations as slaves. They conscripted forced labor. They starved the civilians. They executed suspected resistance fighters. They committed atrocities that rivaled the worst of the Nazis. The myth was also racially motivated. The Japanese believed that they were the master race of Asia, destined to rule the continent. They looked down on the Chinese, the Koreans, the Filipinos, the Indonesians, and the Burmese. They treated them as inferiors. The occupation was a brutal, racist regime. The Japanese Empire was built on force, not consent. It was a house of cards. The local populations who had been oppressed by the Japanese would eventually rise up and support the Allied liberation. The empire would not last. 7. The strategic overreach. The Japanese had conquered an empire in 4 months. But they had also made a fatal strategic mistake. They had overextended themselves. The Japanese army was spread thin across 10,000 miles of jungle, island, and ocean. The supply lines were stretched to the breaking point. The economy, already strained by the war in China, was now supporting a global war. The oil fields of the Dutch East Indies had been captured, but the Americans were sinking the tankers that carried the oil back to Japan. The Japanese were losing the war of logistics. The Japanese had also made mortal enemies. The Americans, the British, the Chinese, the Dutch, the Australians, and the Soviets were all enemies. The Japanese had no allies, only the Germans and Italians, who were far away and fighting their own wars. The empire was alone. The Japanese leadership knew this. They knew they could not win a long war. Their only hope was to establish a defensive perimeter, bleed the Americans in a series of attrition battles, and force them to negotiate a peace. It was a desperate gamble, and it would fail. 8. The legacy of conquest. The Japanese conquest of Southeast Asia was a disaster for the region. The local populations suffered under a brutal occupation. The economies were destroyed. The infrastructure was shattered. The social fabric was torn apart. Millions died of starvation, disease, and violence. But the conquest also had a lasting legacy. The Japanese, by humiliating the European colonial powers, had shown that the West was not invincible. The independence movements, which had been dormant, were now active. The Indonesians, the Burmese, the Vietnamese, and the Indians were determined to be free. The war had created a new world, a world without empires. The Japanese Empire would not last, but the forces it had unleashed would reshape Asia. The independence movements would succeed. The colonial empires would fall. The world would never be the same. The cliffhanger, the Japanese Empire had reached its zenith. In the spring of 1942, the Japanese fleet was poised to strike at Midway, the American outpost in the Central Pacific. If Midway fell, Hawaii would be threatened. The American supply line to Australia would be cut. The war in the Pacific would be lost. But the Americans had a secret weapon. They had broken the Japanese naval codes. They knew the Japanese plan. They knew where the attack would come. They were ready. The Battle of Midway, which would begin in June 1942, would be the turning point of the Pacific War. The Japanese would be defeated. The tide would turn. The Empire of the Sun would begin to fade. Chapter 10, Stalingrad. The city of blood and iron. There are battles that decide wars. There are battles that decide the fate of nations. And there are battles that become symbols, emblems of human endurance, savagery, and despair. Stalingrad was all three. In the winter of 1942 to 1943, the city on the Volga became the epicenter of the greatest military catastrophe in German history. It was a battle fought not with grand maneuvers and sweeping panzer thrusts, but with grenades, bayonets, and bare hands. It was a battle where every building became a fortress, every street a killing ground, every basement a graveyard. It was a battle that consumed the lives of nearly 2 million soldiers and civilians, and it ended with the annihilation of an entire German army. Stalingrad was the turning point of the Second World War. Before Stalingrad, the German army was invincible. After Stalingrad, it was doomed. The road to Berlin began not in the boardrooms of the Allied High Command, but in the frozen ruins of a city that had been reduced to rubble. 1. The Summer Offensive. In the spring of 1942, Hitler was desperate. The failure of Operation Barbarossa had left the German army bogged down in the Soviet Union. The winter of 1941 to 1942 had been catastrophic. Hundreds of thousands of German soldiers had frozen to death or died of disease. The Soviet army, though battered, was still fighting. The Americans had entered the war. The British were bombing German cities. The Führer needed a victory. A spectacular, decisive victory that would knock the Soviets out of the war and secure the resources Germany desperately needed. Hitler's plan was audacious. Instead of attacking Moscow again, he would strike south toward the Caucasus oil fields. The oil was essential to the German war machine. Without it, the German army could not operate. The plan, codenamed Case Blue, was a two-pronged offensive. One army would advance toward the oil fields, while another would secure the flanks by capturing Stalingrad, the industrial city on the Volga. Hitler was confident. The Soviet army, he believed, had been broken. The German army, reinforced with fresh divisions from the west, was superior in every respect. The offensive would be over by autumn. The oil would be in German hands. The war would be won. He was spectacularly wrong. 2. The city on the Volga, Stalingrad, was not just an industrial city. It was a symbol. Named after the Soviet dictator, the city was the heart of Soviet industry. Tractor factories, tank factories, munitions plants. It was also the gateway to the Volga River, the great waterway that connected the Soviet heartland to the Caspian Sea. If Stalingrad fell, the Germans would control the Volga, cutting the Soviet Union in half. The Soviet leadership knew this. Stalin, who had been humiliated by the German advances, issued a simple order: not a step back. The defenders of Stalingrad were to fight to the last man. There would be no retreat. There would be no surrender. The city would be defended at all costs. The German army, commanded by General Friedrich Paulus, was confident. The Sixth Army was the elite of the Wehrmacht, 300,000 men, 500 tanks, and overwhelming air support. They had conquered Poland, France, and the Balkans. They had crushed the Soviet armies in the Ukraine. Stalingrad, they believed, would be a cakewalk. They were wrong. 3. The battle begins. The battle for Stalingrad began on August 23, 1942, with a Luftwaffe bombing raid that reduced the city to rubble. The Stukas screamed out of the sky, dropping incendiaries and high explosives. The wooden houses burned, the factories exploded. The civilians who had not been evacuated fled in terror. The Volga River ran red with blood. The German army advanced into the ruins. They expected a quick victory. Instead, they found a nightmare. The Soviet defenders, commanded by General Vasily Chuikov, had no intention of retreating. They were fighting for every building, every street, every basement. The Germans, used to mobile warfare, were forced to fight a grinding house-to-house battle. The tanks were useless in the rubble. The aircraft could not distinguish between friend and foe. The soldiers, exhausted and terrified, fought with knives and entrenching tools. The fighting was savage. The Soviets used snipers who picked off German officers from the ruins. They used infiltrators who crawled through the sewers to attack the Germans from the rear. They used desperation, throwing themselves at the German lines in wave after wave, knowing they would die but hoping to buy time. The city became a charnel house. The battle for Mamayev Kurgan, a hill overlooking the city, was especially brutal. The hill changed hands 15 times. The Soviet defenders, holding it with their fingernails, were eventually overwhelmed. But they had bought time. They had bled the Germans. 4. The turning point. By November 1942, the Germans had captured 90% of Stalingrad. Paulus, believing that victory was at hand, sent a message to Hitler. The city is ours. The Soviet resistance is broken. We will be victorious within the month. But Paulus was wrong. The Soviets had been planning a counteroffensive for months. The plan, codenamed Operation Uranus, was the brainchild of General Georgy Zhukov, the most brilliant Soviet commander of the war. Zhukov had massed 1 million troops, 900 tanks, and 1,000 aircraft on the flanks of the German army. The Soviet forces hidden in the forests and hills had not been detected by the German intelligence. On November 19th, the Soviets attacked. The Romanian troops who had been stationed on the flanks collapsed. The German army, which had been overstretched, was encircled. Paulus, trapped in the city, was surrounded by Soviet troops. The Sixth Army, 300,000 strong, was cut off. Hitler, in his headquarters in East Prussia, gave a simple order: hold fast. The Sixth Army would not retreat. It would fight to the last man. It would be supplied by air. It would be relieved by a counteroffensive. The Führer, who had dreamed of victory, was now dreaming of a miracle. The miracle never came. 5. The siege of Stalingrad, was a living hell. The German soldiers, trapped in the ruins, were running out of food, ammunition, and medical supplies. The Luftwaffe, which had promised to supply the army, was unable to deliver. The airfields were under Soviet attack. The supply planes were shot down. The soldiers were reduced to eating their horses, then their dogs, then their boots. The winter was the worst in living memory. The temperature dropped to -40 degrees Fahrenheit. The German soldiers, still in their summer uniforms, began to freeze to death. The frostbite was rampant. The wounded died of infection. The soldiers, exhausted and starving, were fighting a losing battle. Paulus, a man of limited imagination, was unable to break the encirclement. He had no orders to retreat. He had no orders to surrender. He was trapped by his own obedience. The Führer, who had promoted him to field marshal, had given him a final order. The Sixth Army will fight to the last man. On January 31st, 1943, Paulus surrendered. He had disobeyed the Führer's orders. He had chosen to save his men. The remaining German soldiers, starving and freezing, marched into Soviet captivity. They were led by a Soviet general who had just captured the largest German army in history. The surrender of the Sixth Army was a catastrophe for Germany. The army had been annihilated. The morale of the German people was shattered. Hitler, who had promised victory, had delivered defeat. The war in the East was lost. 6. The cost. The cost of Stalingrad was staggering. The German army lost 300,000 dead, wounded, or captured. The Soviet army lost 500,000 dead, wounded, or missing. The civilians who had been trapped in the city lost 40,000. The total casualties were nearly 1 million. It was the bloodiest battle in human history. The city itself was destroyed. The factories were rubble, the homes were ruins. The inhabitants who had survived the siege were traumatized. They had seen the worst of humanity. They had seen their children die. They had seen their neighbors executed. They had seen the apocalypse. But the Soviet Union, which had been on the verge of collapse, was now victorious. The Red Army had defeated the German army in a stand-up fight. The Germans who had been invincible were now retreating. The tide had turned. The road to Berlin was open. 7. The aftermath. Stalingrad was the turning point of the war in Europe. The German army, which had been the most powerful military force in the world, was now on the defensive. The Soviet army, which had been battered and bruised, was now advancing. The initiative had passed to the Soviets. Hitler, who had been a military genius, was now a military incompetent. He had failed to defeat the Soviets. He had failed to capture the oil fields. He had failed to save the Sixth Army. His reputation, which had been built on a series of spectacular victories, was now in ruins. The Germans, who had believed in the Führer, were now disillusioned. The war, which had been a glorious crusade, was now a nightmare. The people who had been united in victory were now divided in defeat. The Third Reich, which had seemed eternal, was now crumbling. Stalingrad was also a turning point for the Allies. The Americans and British, who had been worried about the Soviets, were now relieved. The Soviets, they knew, were fighting. They were bleeding the Germans. They were winning. The Grand Alliance, which had been fragile, was now strengthened. 8. The significant Stalingrad was the greatest military defeat in German history. It was also the greatest military victory in Soviet history. The battle had shown that the Germans could be beaten. The Wehrmacht, which had been feared across Europe, was now retreating. The Red Army, which had been dismissed as an Asiatic horde, was now advancing. The war, which had been a German offensive, was now a German defensive. Stalingrad was also a symbolic victory. It had shown that the Soviet people who had suffered under Stalin's tyranny were willing to fight for their country. It had shown that the Soviet Union, which had been on the verge of collapse, was determined to survive. It had shown that the Germans, who had believed in their racial superiority, were not invincible. The battle was a lesson in human endurance. The defenders of Stalingrad had fought with desperate courage. They had held the city with their fingernails. They had bled the Germans. They had won. Stalingrad was the turning point. The road to Berlin was long and hard, but the Germans were doomed. The cliffhanger, the German army was in retreat. The Soviets were advancing. The war in the East was now a war of attrition, a war that the Germans could not win. But the war was far from over. The German army, though wounded, was still dangerous. The war in North Africa was still raging. The war in the Atlantic was still being fought. The war in the Pacific was still a Japanese offensive. The next year, 1943, would be the year of the turning points. The Allies would win in North Africa. The Americans would win in the Pacific. The Soviets would win at Kursk. The Germans would be pushed back. The war was not yet won, but the tide had turned. Chapter 11. El Alamein and the Desert War. The turn of the tide in the sand. While the blood-soaked ruins of Stalingrad gripped the world's attention, another battle was being fought in the furnace of the North African desert, a battle that would prove equally decisive. El Alamein was not the largest battle of the war. It was not the bloodiest. But it was the first time the British Army had defeated the Germans in a stand-up fight. It was the moment when the myth of Rommel's invincibility was shattered. It was the moment when the Allies proved that they could win. The Desert War had been a seesaw struggle for 2 years, a brutal, exhausting campaign fought in temperatures that melted the rubber off tank tracks and in sandstorms that blinded men and buried vehicles. But El Alamein changed everything. It ended Axis hopes of seizing Egypt and the Suez Canal. It opened the way for the Allied invasion of North Africa. And it set the stage for the final defeat of the Axis in Africa, a defeat that would see 250,000 German and Italian soldiers march into captivity, a number comparable to the catastrophe at Stalingrad. Cecho 1. The Desert Fox, the North African campaign, began in September 1940 when Mussolini's Italian army invaded Egypt from Libya. The Italians, hoping for a quick victory, were quickly routed by the British. By February 1941, the British had captured half of Libya and taken 130,000 Italian prisoners. Mussolini, humiliated, begged Hitler for help. Hitler reluctantly sent a small German force to North Africa. It was commanded by a relatively unknown general named Erwin Rommel. Rommel was a brilliant tactician, a master of mobile warfare, and a man of immense personal courage. He would become the most famous general of the war, the Desert Fox. Rommel arrived in North Africa in February 1941. He found a chaotic situation. Italian troops demoralized, British forces pressing forward, and a supply line that was stretched to the breaking point. But Rommel was not a man to be deterred by circumstances. He launched a counter-offensive that caught the British completely by surprise. Within weeks, he had pushed them back to the Egyptian border. The British, who had been on the verge of victory, were now on the verge of defeat. Rommel's reputation was built on speed, audacity, and the ability to exploit his enemy's weaknesses. He led from the front, often flying in his personal Storch aircraft, to observe the battle. His men adored him. The British feared him. He was, by any measure, a military genius. But Rommel had one fatal weakness: logistics. North Africa was a theater of huge distances and tiny supply lines. The Germans had to ship everything across the Mediterranean, where the British Navy and Air Force were waiting. Rommel's tanks were always running out of fuel. His men were always running out of food. His artillery was always running out of ammunition. He could win battles, but he could not sustain them. 2. The Seesaw War. The Desert War was a series of spectacular advances and crushing retreats, a seesaw struggle that left both sides exhausted. The British, led by a succession of cautious generals, were always one step behind Rommel. They launched offensives, operations, Brevity, Battle Axe, and Crusader, but they could never quite defeat him. Rommel, in turn, would retreat, regroup, and counterattack with devastating effect. The front line shifted back and forth across the desert like a pendulum. The men who fought in the desert were a mixed force. The British Eighth Army, commanded by General Bernard Montgomery from August 1942, was a polyglot collection of British, Australian, New Zealand, South African, Indian, and Free French troops. They were tough, resilient, and accustomed to the harsh conditions. But they had been beaten too many times. They needed a victory, a decisive victory that would restore their morale and break Rommel's spell. The Germans, meanwhile, were overstretched. Rommel's Afrika Korps, an elite formation of 2 armored divisions, was the core of the Axis force, but the majority of his troops were Italian, poorly equipped, poorly led, and increasingly demoralized. The Italians were not cowards, but they had been asked to fight a war with weapons that were decades out of date. Their tanks were tin cans, their artillery was obsolete, their morale was broken. By the summer of 1942, Rommel had pushed the British back to the Egyptian border. He was only 60 miles from the naval base at Alexandria. The Suez Canal was within his grasp. Mussolini, who had dreamed of restoring the Roman Empire, was ecstatic. Hitler, who had always dismissed North Africa as a sideshow, now saw an opportunity to seize the Middle Eastern oil fields. But Rommel's army was at the end of its tether. The supply lines were stretched to the breaking point. The troops were exhausted. The tanks were running on empty. The British, reinforced by American supplies, had dug in at a small railway stop called El Alamein. 3. The First Battle of El Alamein. The First Battle of El Alamein was fought in July 1942. It was a desperate, bloody affair. The British, commanded by General Claude Auchinleck, had built a defensive line stretching from the sea to the Katara Depression, a vast salt marsh that was impassable to tanks. It was the last defensible position before the Suez Canal. If Rommel broke through, Egypt would fall. Rommel attacked on July 1st. His men, exhausted and undersupplied, fought with desperate courage. But the British, reinforced by American-supplied Sherman tanks, held their ground. The battle was a stalemate. Both sides lost heavily. But Rommel had been stopped. Auchinleck's victory was short-lived. His superiors, frustrated by his cautiousness, dismissed him. He was replaced by General Bernard Montgomery, a quirky, eccentric, and utterly ruthless commander. Montgomery was not a brilliant tactician. He was not a master of mobile warfare, but he was a master of logistics, organization, and morale. He was exactly what the British Army needed. 4. The Second Battle of El Alamein. The Second Battle of El Alamein began on October 23, 1942. It was the largest battle of the North African campaign, and the decisive one. Montgomery had spent months preparing. He had amassed a massive force, 200,000 men, 1,000 tanks, 900 artillery pieces, and complete air superiority. His plan was simple: a massive infantry assault to clear the minefields, followed by a breakthrough by the armor. It was not subtle. It was not brilliant. But it was effective. The battle began with a devastating artillery barrage, the largest in the British Army's history. The guns fired for hours, pulverizing the German and Italian positions. The infantry advanced behind the barrage, clearing the minefields and digging in. The armor held back, waited for the breakthrough. The fighting was intense. The Germans and Italians, surrounded and outnumbered, fought with desperate courage. But they were overwhelmed. Rommel, who had been on leave in Germany, rushed back to the front. He found a hopeless situation. His men were exhausted. His supplies were gone. His tanks were outnumbered 10-1. On November 5th, the British broke through. The German and Italian forces, shattered and demoralized, retreated in disorder. The Axis army was in full flight. The Second Battle of El Alamein was over. 5. The significance of El Alamein. El Alamein was the turning point of the North African campaign, but its significance went far beyond the desert. El Alamein was the first time the British Army had defeated the Germans in a major battle. The British, who had been humiliated in France, Norway, Malaya, and Singapore, had finally won. The victory restored British morale and prestige. It proved that the Germans were not invincible. El Alamein was also a strategic disaster for the Axis. Rommel's army had been shattered. The threat to Egypt and the Suez Canal was over. The Axis forces, which had been on the offensive, were now on the defensive. And El Alamein was a psychological turning point. The Germans had been retreating since Stalingrad. Now they were retreating in North Africa as well. The tide of the war had turned. The Axis powers, which had seemed invincible, were now in trouble. 6. Operation Torch. The victory at El Alamein was followed by the Allied invasion of French North Africa. Operation Torch, launched on November 8, 1942, was the largest amphibious operation in history up to that point. American and British forces, commanded by General Dwight Eisenhower, landed in Morocco and Algeria. The landings were opposed by Vichy French troops, who were technically neutral but pro-German. The French resistance was fierce but short-lived. Within days, the Allies had secured their bridgeheads. Operation Torch was a compromise. The Americans wanted to land in Europe. The British, more cautious, argued for North Africa. The British view prevailed. The operation was a success, but it also revealed serious problems in American logistics and command. The Americans, who had not fought a major amphibious operation since the Spanish-American War, had a lot to learn. But Operation Torch did exactly what it was supposed to do. It caught the Axis forces in a pincer. The British were advancing from the east. The Americans were advancing from the west. The Germans and Italians were trapped. 7. The End Game. The final campaign in North Africa was a desperate, brutal struggle. Rommel's forces retreated across Libya and into Tunisia. They fought a series of rearguard actions at El Agheila, Mersa El Brega, Buarat, and Medellin. The British pursued them relentlessly, but Montgomery was unable to outflank them decisively. The Germans, though outnumbered and undersupplied, fought with skill and courage. In February 1943, Rommel launched a counteroffensive against the American forces at Kasserine Pass. The Americans, who were inexperienced and poorly led, were routed. It was Rommel's last victory in North Africa, but it was a hollow one. The Americans, shocked by their defeat, learned from it. They would not be caught again. Rommel, exhausted and sick, returned to Germany in March 1943. He was replaced by General Hans-Jürgen von Arnim. The Axis forces, trapped in Tunisia, fought on. But the end was inevitable. On May 13, 1943, the last Axis forces in Tunisia surrendered. Over 250,000 German and Italian soldiers marched into captivity. The Desert War was over. 8. The legacy North Africa was a sideshow. It was not the decisive theater of the war, but it was a theater of immense importance. North Africa taught the Allies how to fight. It taught the Americans how to work with the British. It taught the British how to use armored forces. It taught both how to conduct amphibious operations. The lessons learned in North Africa would be applied in Sicily, Italy, and Normandy. North Africa was also a theater of immense suffering. The soldiers, who fought in conditions of brutal heat and freezing cold, endured hardships that few could imagine. The civilians, who were caught between two armies, suffered even more. The desert was a graveyard for thousands of men, and North Africa was a theater of immense heroism. The men who fought there, British, American, Australian, New Zealand, South African, Indian, French, German, Italian, were among the bravest soldiers of the war. They fought in conditions that defied description. They endured hardships that would have broken lesser men. And they won. The cliffhanger. The war in North Africa was over. The Axis forces had been defeated. The Allies had won their first major victory. But the war was far from over. The German army was still fighting in the Soviet Union. The Japanese were still fighting in the Pacific. The Allies were planning their next moves: the invasion of Sicily, the invasion of Italy, the invasion of Europe. The tide had turned, but the war was not yet won, and the hardest battles were yet to come. Chapter 12. Midway and Guadalcanal. The turning of the Pacific tide. In the spring of 1942, the Japanese Empire was at its zenith. The rising sun flew over the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, Burma, and the Dutch East Indies. The American Pacific Fleet lay crippled at Pearl Harbor. The British Navy had been driven from the Indian Ocean. The Australians, isolated and terrified, prepared for invasion. The Japanese, having conquered an empire larger than the Roman Empire at its height, now turned their gaze eastward, toward Midway, toward Hawaii, towards the American mainland. The Japanese believed they were invincible. They had never lost a major naval battle. They had never lost a major land campaign. Their soldiers, infused with the warrior spirit of the samurai, were willing to die for the emperor. Their admirals, led by the brilliant Isoroku Yamamoto, were confident that they could destroy the American fleet and force a negotiated peace. They were wrong. The Battle of Midway, fought in June 1942, was the turning point of the Pacific War. It was the most stunning naval victory in American history, a victory that destroyed the Japanese carrier fleet and ended Japan's offensive ambitions. It was followed by the Guadalcanal campaign, a brutal 6-month struggle that proved that the Americans were willing to fight and die for every inch of ground. The tide had turned in the Pacific. The Japanese Empire, which had seemed eternal, was now on the defensive. 1. The Doolittle Raid. Before Midway, there was the Doolittle Raid. On April 18, 1942, 16 American B-25 bombers, led by Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, took off from the aircraft carrier USS Hornet. Their target was Tokyo. The raid was a gamble. The bombers were too large to land on the carriers, and the pilots had no experience with carrier takeoffs. But Doolittle's men were volunteers, and they were determined to strike back at the Japanese homeland. The raid did little physical damage. The bombs destroyed a few factories and a school. But the psychological impact was immense. The Japanese people, who had been told that their homeland was invincible, now saw American bombers over their cities. The Japanese High Command, which had been planning to expand further, now had to divert resources to defend the home islands. The Doolittle raid was a small victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. It proved that the Americans could strike back. The raid also had a direct effect on the Battle of Midway. Yamamoto, who had been planning to lure the American fleet into a trap, now accelerated his timetable. He was determined to destroy the American carriers and eliminate the threat to Japan. His plan was audacious. He would attack Midway, a tiny atoll 1,300 miles northwest of Hawaii, and draw the American carriers into a decisive battle. The Japanese Navy would annihilate the Americans, and the war in the Pacific would be won. 2. The Code Breakers. Yamamoto's plan was brilliant, but he had one fatal weakness. The Americans had broken his codes. The American code breakers, led by Commander Joseph Rochefort, had been working tirelessly for months. They had cracked the Japanese naval code, JN-25, and were reading Yamamoto's messages in real time. They knew that the Japanese were planning to attack a target designated AF. They suspected that AF was Midway. To confirm their suspicion, they sent a message from Midway reporting that the island's water distillation plant had broken down. The Japanese promptly reported that AF was short of water. The codebreakers had their confirmation. Midway was the target. The Americans now knew the Japanese plan in its entirety: the time, the location, the composition of the fleet. They knew that Yamamoto would be attacking with 4 carriers, 7 battleships, and hundreds of aircraft. They knew that the Japanese would be divided into multiple forces spread across the Pacific. They knew that the Japanese would be overconfident and disorganized. The Americans, commanded by Admiral Chester Nimitz, prepared their own trap. 3. The Battle of Midway. The Battle of Midway began on June 4, 1942. It was a battle fought entirely in the air between carrier-based aircraft flying hundreds of miles across the Pacific. The Japanese, commanded by Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, launched the first wave of aircraft against Midway. The American fighters caught on the ground were destroyed. The island was pounded. But the Japanese had not achieved their primary objective. They had not found the American carriers. Nagumo's reconnaissance planes, delayed by fog and mechanical problems, finally located the American carriers. But by then, Nagumo had ordered his aircraft to be rearmed with bombs for a second attack on Midway. The rearming process was a confusion of bombs and torpedoes, refueling and launching. The Japanese flight deck was a chaos of aircraft, fuel lines, and ammunition. It was the worst possible moment for a carrier to be attacked. The American dive bombers, led by Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey, arrived at exactly the right moment. They came out of the sun, diving from 20,000 feet. The Japanese lookouts, dazzled by the glare, did not see them until it was too late. The first bombs hit the carrier Kaga. The fire spread instantly. The fuel lines exploded. The ammunition detonated. The ship was a blazing inferno. The Akagi, the flagship of the Japanese Navy, was hit next. The bombs started fires that could not be extinguished. The Soryu was also hit. Within 5 minutes, 3 of the 4 Japanese carriers were burning wrecks. The fourth carrier, the Hiryu, survived the initial attack. It launched a counterattack that sank the American carrier Yorktown. But the Hiryu was doomed. American dive bombers found it later that afternoon and destroyed it. The Japanese had lost 4 carriers, the heart of their fleet. The Americans had lost 1. The Battle of Midway was over. The Japanese had been annihilated. 4. The significance of Midway. Midway was the most decisive naval battle of the Pacific War. It was the moment when the Japanese offensive was stopped. It was the moment when the Americans took the initiative. It was the moment when the war in the Pacific turned. The Japanese had lost their best carriers and their best pilots. They could not replace them. The Americans could. The American industrial machine was already producing new carriers, new aircraft, and new pilots. The Japanese, by contrast, were trapped in a war of attrition that they could not win. Midway also had a profound psychological effect. The Japanese, who had believed they were invincible, were now defeated. The Americans, who had been on the defensive, were now on the offensive. The myth of Japanese invincibility was shattered. The road to Tokyo was now open. 5. Guadalcanal. After Midway, the Americans decided to go on the offensive. The first target was Guadalcanal, a tiny island in the Solomon Islands. The Japanese had built an airfield there, threatening the supply line between the United States and Australia. If the Americans could capture Guadalcanal, they could neutralize the Japanese base and begin their advance toward Japan. The landing on Guadalcanal on August 7, 1942, was unopposed. The Japanese, surprised by the attack, had not had time to reinforce the island. The Americans captured the airfield, which they renamed Henderson Field. The battle for Guadalcanal had begun. The battle was a nightmare. The Japanese, determined to recapture the island, landed reinforcements by night. The Americans, trapped in the jungle, fought with desperate courage. The supply lines were stretched. The food was scarce. The malaria was rampant. The soldiers, many of them young and inexperienced, were pushed to the breaking point. The naval battles around Guadalcanal were equally brutal. The Americans and Japanese fought a series of night engagements, each more savage than the last. The Japanese were masters of night fighting, and they inflicted heavy losses on the American fleet. But the Americans were determined. They held the airfield, they held the island, they fought. The turning point came in November 1942. The Japanese, desperate to retake the island, launched a massive naval and land offensive. The Americans, warned by their codebreakers, ambushed the Japanese fleet in the Naval Battle of Guadalcanal. The Japanese suffered a crushing defeat. The Guadalcanal campaign, which had been a seesaw struggle for 6 months, was finally over. The Americans had won. 6. The cost of Guadalcanal. The cost of Guadalcanal was staggering. The Americans lost 1,600 dead and 4,000 wounded. The Japanese lost 24,000 dead, the majority of them from starvation and disease. The island, once a tropical paradise, was now a graveyard, but the cost was worth it. Guadalcanal was the first American victory on land. It proved that the Americans could fight and win. It proved that the Japanese could be defeated. It proved that the Americans were willing to pay the price. Guadalcanal was also the beginning of the island-hopping campaign. The Americans, having secured a foothold in the Solomons, would now advance across the Pacific, capturing island after island, destroying the Japanese garrisons and pushing toward Japan. It would be a long, brutal campaign, but it would end with the defeat of Japan. 7. The turning of the tide. Midway and Guadalcanal were the turning points of the Pacific War. They marked the end of Japanese expansion and the beginning of American victory. The Japanese, who had seemed invincible, were now on the defensive. The Americans, who had been beaten, were now winning. The turning of the tide was not immediate. The Japanese still held vast territories. They still had a powerful army. They still had a formidable navy. But the momentum was with the Americans. The industrial might of the United States, combined with the courage of its soldiers and the brilliance of its commanders, would eventually overwhelm Japan. The Pacific War would be long and bloody, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. The Japanese Empire was doomed. The Americans would not stop until they had reached Tokyo. 8. The legacy Midway and Guadalcanal were more than military victories. They were symbols. They proved that democracy could defeat tyranny. They proved that courage could overcome odds. They proved that the American people were willing to fight for their freedom. The heroes of Midway and Guadalcanal are gone now. Their names are forgotten. Their faces are faded. But their legacy endures. They fought for a cause that was greater than themselves. They fought for a world that was free. They fought for their children and their grandchildren. They fought for us. The turning of the tide was not inevitable. It was the result of courage, sacrifice, and determination. It was the result of men who were willing to die for a cause they believed in. It was the result of a nation that refused to surrender. The cliffhanger: the Americans had won the Battle of Midway. They had won the Battle of Guadalcanal. The tide had turned in the Pacific, but the war was far from over. In Europe, the Allies were preparing for the invasion of Italy. The Soviets were advancing in the east. The Germans were retreating on all fronts. But the Holocaust was still raging. The Nazis were still murdering millions. The turning of the tide was a moment of hope. But it was also a moment of horror. The world was about to see the worst of humanity, and it would be the world's responsibility to stop it. Chapter 13: The Holocaust. The machinery of genocide. The fire that had started in Nanjing and spread across Europe now reached its most terrible intensity. The war, which had been fought for territory, resources, and ideology, had become something far worse, a war of racial annihilation. The Holocaust was not a byproduct of the Second World War. It was its central purpose, the reason Hitler had unleashed the conflict in the first place. The Führer had always dreamed of destroying the Jews of Europe. The war gave him the opportunity. From 1941 to 1945, the Nazi regime, with the help of its allies and collaborators, systematically murdered 6 million European Jews. 2 out of every 3 Jews in Europe were killed. It was the most systematic, bureaucratic, and industrialized genocide in human history. The Holocaust did not begin with the gas chambers. It was a gradual process, a radicalization that escalated over more than a decade. It began with discrimination, escalated to persecution, and culminated in mass murder. To understand the Holocaust is to understand how ordinary men, bureaucrats and soldiers, could become the architects of genocide, and how the world, which had been horrified by the rape of Nanjing, now looked away from an even greater horror. 1. The origins of hatred. The Nazis did not invent anti-Semitism. They inherited it. Anti-Jewish prejudice had existed in Europe for centuries, rooted in religious suspicion, economic envy, and racial pseudoscience. In the Middle Ages, Jews had been blamed for the death of Jesus. In the modern era, they had been blamed for capitalism, communism, and every social ill in between. The Nazis drew upon all of these traditions, but they added something new, a radical racial ideology that defined the Jews as a separate, inferior, and dangerous race. According to the Nazis, the Jews were not just a religious group. They were a biological threat. They were the subhumans who corrupted the pure Aryan blood of the German people. They were the puppeteers behind both Bolshevism and international capitalism. They were the enemy, and they had to be eliminated. Hitler's obsession with the Jews was not a political tactic. It was a genuine belief, a worldview that he had articulated in Mein Kampf and repeated to his inner circle for years. The Jews, he believed, were the cause of Germany's defeat in the First World War, the cause of the economic crisis that followed, and the cause of the Bolshevik threat in the East. The war against the Soviet Union was not just a war against communism. It was a war against the Jews. 2. The road to genocide. The persecution of the Jews began almost immediately after the Nazis came to power in 1933. The Nuremberg Laws of 1935 stripped Jews of their citizenship and forbade marriage between Jews and Germans. The Kristallnacht pogrom of 1938 saw the destruction of Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues across Germany. The Nazis at this stage wanted to force the Jews to emigrate, but the war changed everything. When Germany conquered Poland in 1939, it came into control of over 3 million Jews. The Nazis began to concentrate them in ghettos, overcrowded, disease-ridden, and starvation-prone enclaves in the cities of occupied Poland. The ghettos were not the final solution. They were a holding pen. Then came Operation Barbarossa. The invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 marked the turning point. The SS Einsatzgruppen, the death squads, followed the army into the conquered territories, rounding up Jews, communists, and other undesirables, and shooting them in mass graves. Over 1 million Jews were murdered in this way, often in broad daylight, in front of their families and neighbors. The men who did the killing were not psychopaths. They were ordinary soldiers, bureaucrats, and local collaborators who had been radicalized by Nazi ideology. By the autumn of 1941, the Nazis had decided on a new, more efficient method of murder. The mass shootings were too slow, too public, and too damaging to the morale of the killers. The gas chambers were the answer. 3. The Wannsee Conference. The Wannsee Conference, held on January 20th, 1942, is often seen as the moment when the final solution was decided. But this is a myth. The mass murder of Jews had already begun. Over 1 million had already been killed. The conference was not about whether to kill the Jews. It was about how to organize the killing on a European scale. The meeting was called by Reinhard Heydrich, the head of the Reich Security Main Office, and attended by 15 senior Nazi bureaucrats. They represented the ministries that would be essential to the genocide: the Foreign Ministry, the Justice Ministry, the Interior Ministry, and the offices responsible for Jewish affairs and property. The men were not monsters. They were educated, professional, and well-respected. 8 of them held doctorates. They were also desk murderers, the bureaucrats who planned and coordinated the genocide from behind their desks. Heydrich presented the plan. The Jews of Europe, 11 million in total, would be rounded up, transported to the east, and used as forced labor. The vast majority would die of natural causes. Those who survived would be treated accordingly. The language was euphemistic, but the meaning was clear. The Jews were to be exterminated. The protocol of the conference, which survived the war and became the key evidence in the Nuremberg trials, is one of the most chilling documents in human history. It is a blueprint for genocide written in the cold, bureaucratic language of men who had convinced themselves that murder was an administrative problem. 4. The machinery of murder. The final solution was an industrial process. It was designed to be efficient, secret, and systematic. The killing centers, the extermination camps, were the heart of the operation. They were located in occupied Poland, far from prying eyes. The first, Chelmno, began operations in December 1941. The death camps of Operation Reinhard, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka were built in 1942. They were designed for one purpose: the mass murder of Jews. The victims arrived by train, packed into cattle cars with no food, no water, and no toilets. Many died on the journey. Those who survived were herded into the gas chambers, carbon monoxide for the Operation Reinhard camps. Within hours, they were dead. Their bodies were burned in open pits or crematoria. The largest of the camps was Auschwitz-Birkenau. Over 1.1 million Jews were murdered there, 90% of the victims of the camp. Auschwitz was the center of the destruction of European Jewry. It became the symbol of the Holocaust. The camp was divided into 3 parts: Auschwitz I, the concentration camp; Auschwitz II, Birkenau, the killing center; and Auschwitz III, Monowitz, the slave labor camp. The victims were selected upon arrival. The young and able-bodied were sent to work. The elderly, the sick, and the children were sent to the gas chambers. The German industrial conglomerate IG Farben invested heavily in slave labor at Auschwitz III, supplying workers for its synthetic rubber factory. The Nazis were obsessed with efficiency. They kept meticulous records of the deportations. They calculated the cost of transporting and murdering each victim. They even collected the hair, the gold fillings, and the clothes of the dead, using them for the war effort. The genocide was a business, and the Nazis were the accountants. 5. The victims. The Holocaust was not just a tragedy. It was the destruction of a civilization. The victims of the Holocaust were not just the 6 million Jews. They were the millions of other victims: the Roma, the disabled, the homosexuals, the political dissidents, the Soviet prisoners of war, the Polish intellectuals. The Nazis were not just anti-Semitic. They were racist, anti-communist, and obsessed with purity. They targeted anyone who did not fit their vision of a pure Aryan world. The victims were not passive. They resisted, in the ghettos, in the camps, and in the resistance movements. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943 was the most famous act of resistance. The Jews of the Warsaw Ghetto, armed with smuggled pistols and homemade grenades, fought the German army for 3 weeks. They knew they would die. They fought anyway. But resistance was rare. The vast majority of victims were murdered without a fight, because the Nazis had made resistance impossible. The victims were isolated, starved, and terrified. They were forced into submission, and then they were killed. It was a genocide designed to be efficient. 6. The complicity. The Holocaust was not just a German crime, it was a European crime. The Nazi regime was assisted by collaborators across the continent. The Romanian, Hungarian, Croatian, and Vichy French governments deported their Jews to the death camps. The Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Latvian auxiliaries did the killing. The governments, the police, and the bureaucrats of occupied Europe participated in the genocide. They did so not because they were forced, but because they were willing. Anti-Semitism was not just a German disease. It was a European disease. The Allies knew about the Holocaust. The reports from the death camps were received in London and Washington as early as 1942. The Allied governments issued statements of condemnation, but they did nothing to stop the killing. They did not bomb the camps. They did not open their borders to the refugees. They did not even declare the genocide a priority. They were fighting a war, and they had other priorities. The silence of the Allies is one of the great moral failures of the war. The Allies could have saved lives. They chose not to. 7. The liberation. The Holocaust ended in May 1945 when the Allies defeated Nazi Germany. The liberation of the camps was one of the most shocking moments of the war. The British, American, and Soviet soldiers who entered the camps found scenes of unimaginable horror, piles of corpses, skeletal survivors, and the overwhelming stench of death. The liberators were stunned. They had not known the full extent of the genocide. They had not understood what they were fighting for. The survivors were left to rebuild their lives. Some emigrated to Palestine, to the United States, or to other countries. Others returned to their homes only to find that their families were gone and their communities had been destroyed. The trauma of the Holocaust would last for generations. 8. The legacy. The Holocaust is the defining event of the 20th century. It is the ultimate crime, the organized murder of an entire people. The Holocaust is a warning. It shows what happens when hatred is combined with power, when bureaucracy is combined with ideology, when ordinary people are convinced to do extraordinary evil. The Holocaust is the proof that civilization is fragile, that evil is banal, and that we must never look away. The legacy of the Holocaust is also the creation of the State of Israel, the development of international human rights law, and the establishment of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The world, shocked by the genocide, promised never again. It was a promise that has been broken many times since, but it is a promise that we must keep. The cliffhanger. The Holocaust was the most terrible crime in human history. 6 million Jews were murdered. Millions more were killed. The world looked away. But the war was not over. The Allies were advancing on all fronts. The Germans were retreating. The Soviets were pushing toward Berlin. The Americans were island-hopping toward Japan. The war was entering its final, bloodiest phase, and the world, which had been shocked by the Holocaust, was about to witness even greater atrocities. Chapter 14. The Bombing War. The fire from above. While the armies clashed on the ground and the navies fought on the seas, another war was being waged in the skies, a war of fire and steel that would kill hundreds of thousands of civilians and reduce entire cities to ash. The strategic bombing campaign was the most controversial aspect of the Second World War. It was a war fought not against soldiers, but against factories, railways, and, inevitably, civilians. The Allies believed that bombing could break the enemy's will to fight, destroy its industrial capacity, and shorten the war. The Germans and the Japanese believed the same, and so the skies became a charnel house. The bombing war was a war of escalation. The Germans started it, bombing Warsaw, Rotterdam, and London. The British retaliated, bombing Berlin and the Ruhr. The Americans joined, bombing by day. The British bombed by night. The firestorms consumed Hamburg, Dresden, and Tokyo. The atomic bombs, which would come at the end of the war, were the culmination of this terrible logic. The bombing war was the war's most destructive and morally ambiguous theater. On the bomber barons. The strategic bombing campaign was the product of a single, deeply held belief that air power could win wars. The theorists of air power, men like Giulio Douhet in Italy and Billy Mitchell in America, had argued that bombers could destroy an enemy's industrial capacity, shatter its morale, and force its surrender without the need for costly ground invasions. The British, who had been traumatized by the trench warfare of the First World War, embraced this doctrine. Bomber Command, led by Air Chief Marshal Arthur Harris, was the embodiment of this faith. Harris was a man of iron will and ruthless determination. He believed that bombing could win the war. He was willing to accept heavy casualties. His crews had a life expectancy of just 6 weeks. He was willing to bomb civilian targets deliberately and without apology. The Nazis entered this war under the rather childish delusion that they were going to bomb everyone else, and nobody was going to bomb them, Harris said. At Rotterdam, London, Warsaw, and half a hundred other places, they put their rather naive theory into operation. They sowed the wind, and now they are going to reap the whirlwind. The Americans, by contrast, believed in precision bombing. The U.S. Army Air Forces, led by General Hap Arnold, argued that they could destroy specific targets, factories, oil refineries, railways, without causing mass civilian casualties. The Americans flew by day in heavily armed formations, using the Norden bomb site to aim at specific targets. The British, who flew by night, were less optimistic about precision. They bombed areas. 2. The Battle of the Ruhr. The first major Allied bombing campaign was against the Ruhr, Germany's industrial heartland. The Ruhr was the arsenal of the Third Reich. Its coal mines, steel mills, and factories produced the tanks, the guns, and the ammunition that kept the German army fighting. The British Bomber Command, operating at night, attacked the Ruhr in a series of devastating raids. The dams were breached. The factories were destroyed. The workers were killed. The most famous raid was the Dam Busters raid, led by Wing Commander Guy Gibson in May 1943. The RAF used special bouncing bombs to breach the Monia and Eder dams, flooding the Ruhr Valley and destroying the hydroelectric power plants. The raid was a spectacular success, but it was also a propaganda victory. The Germans were stunned. The British were ecstatic. But the damage to the German war effort was temporary. The dams were repaired within months. The Battle of the Ruhr continued throughout 1943. The RAF and the U.S. 8th Air Force pounded the region with relentless ferocity. The German air defense, the Luftwaffe, fought back with desperate courage. The losses were staggering, but the Allies kept coming. 3. The firestorms. The most devastating raids of the bombing war were the firestorms. The firestorm was a phenomenon that occurred when a concentration of incendiary bombs created a single massive fire. The fire would create its own weather system. A tornado of flames that sucked in oxygen, creating a vacuum that fed the flames even more. The firestorm would consume everything in its path. The victims would be incinerated, suffocated, or crushed by the collapsing buildings. The first firestorm was created at Hamburg in July 1943. Operation Gomorrah, as the British called it, was a series of raids that destroyed 75% of the city. The firestorm raged for hours, killing 45,000 people. The survivors were traumatized. The city, once a symbol of German prosperity, was now a graveyard. The most controversial raid was the bombing of Dresden in February 1945. Dresden was a beautiful city full of Baroque architecture and cultural treasures. It was also a major rail hub, which made it a legitimate military target. But Dresden was not a priority target. It was not a major industrial center. The bombing was a terror raid designed to break German morale. The raid was devastating. The British and American bombers dropped over 3,900 tons of high explosives and incendiaries. The firestorm destroyed 15 square miles of the city. The death toll is disputed. The Nazi regime claimed 200,000, but modern historians estimate 25,000 to 35,000. Whatever the number, the raid was a horror. The city, which had been a sanctuary for refugees fleeing the Soviet advance, was now a monument to the brutality of war. The bombing of Dresden was condemned by many, even at the time. It was a war crime, they argued, a deliberate attack on civilians. The Allies defended it as a legitimate military operation. The debate continues to this day. 4. The American Campaign. The American bombing campaign was, in theory, more discriminating than the British campaign. The Americans believed that they could destroy Germany's industrial capacity without causing mass civilian casualties. The U.S. 8th Air Force, operating from bases in Britain, flew daylight raids against specific targets: the ball-bearing factories, the synthetic oil plants, the aircraft factories. The Americans used the Norden bomb site, which was supposed to deliver pinpoint accuracy. In practice, the accuracy was terrible. The bombs often missed their targets by miles. The civilian casualties were still heavy. The Americans also paid a heavy price. The daylight raids were vulnerable to German fighters. The U.S. bomber formations flying in close formation were sitting ducks for the Luftwaffe. The losses were staggering. Over 26,000 American airmen died in the bombing campaign. It was the highest casualty rate of any American service in the war. But the Americans persisted. They pushed deeper into Germany, destroying the factories and the refineries. By the spring of 1945, the German economy was in ruins. The bombing campaign had succeeded, not in breaking German morale, but in destroying its industrial capacity. 5. The bombing of Japan. The bombing campaign against Japan was even more devastating than the campaign against Germany. The Americans, led by General Curtis LeMay, had a problem. Japan was far away, and the B-29 Superfortress bombers, which could reach Japan, were expensive and difficult to operate. LeMay, a man of ruthless efficiency, decided to change tactics. He would stop bombing from high altitude and start bombing from low altitude at night, using incendiary bombs. The firebombing of Tokyo on March 9th to 10th, 1945, was the most devastating air raid in history. The B-29s dropped 1,600 tons of incendiaries on the city. The fires raged for hours. The firestorms consumed 16 square miles of the city. The death toll was 100,000, more than the atomic bombs at Hiroshima or Nagasaki. The city was a graveyard. LeMay was unapologetic. "We were at war," he said. "We were fighting a ruthless enemy. We had to destroy them." The firebombing of Japan continued for months. The B-29s destroyed 60 Japanese cities. The civilians died in droves. But the Japanese did not surrender. They were prepared to fight to the last man, to the last woman, to the last child. 6. The morality of bombing. The bombing war raises profound moral questions. Was the bombing campaign justified? The Allies argued that it shortened the war and saved lives. The Germans and the Japanese, they said, had started the war and had committed atrocities that made them legitimate targets. The Allied leaders, who had seen the Holocaust and the Japanese occupation, believed that they were fighting a just war and that the bombing was necessary. The critics argued that the bombing was a war crime. It was a deliberate attack on civilians. It was a violation of the laws of war. It was morally equivalent to the Nazi atrocities. The debate continues to this day. The bombing war was a horror that killed hundreds of thousands of civilians and destroyed entire cities. It was also a necessity that ended the war and saved millions of lives. The truth lies somewhere in between. 7. The legacy. The bombing war was the most destructive campaign in human history. It killed 600,000 civilians in Germany, 500,000 in Japan, and 100,000 in Britain. It destroyed entire cities. It left millions homeless. The bombing war also had a profound impact on the post-war world. It destroyed the illusion that there was a safe way to fight a war. It showed that civilians were the real victims of modern warfare. It led to the development of the atomic bomb, the most destructive weapon in human history. And the bombing war taught the world a lesson, that war, even a just war, is a horror. The men who fought in the skies, the bomber crews, the fighter pilots, the anti-aircraft gunners, were heroes and victims. They fought with courage, but they also fought with fear. They killed, but they also died. They were the instruments of a terrible logic. The cliffhanger. The bombing war was a horror, but it was not the only horror. The armies were still fighting. The navies were still battling. The war was not over. In 1944, the Allies launched the greatest invasion in history, D-Day. The soldiers who stormed the beaches of Normandy were the liberators of Europe. But they were also the victims of a brutal war. The bombing had destroyed the enemy's cities, but it had not destroyed the enemy. The enemy was still fighting, and the enemy would have to be destroyed on the ground. Chapter 15, D-Day. The longest day. In the early hours of June 6, 1944, the largest amphibious invasion in human history began. Over 156,000 Allied soldiers, supported by 5,000 ships, 11,000 aircraft, and thousands of tanks and vehicles, crossed the English Channel and stormed the beaches of Normandy. It was the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany. The invasion, codenamed Operation Overlord, was the culmination of years of planning, preparation, and deception. It was also a gamble, a desperate gamble that could have ended in catastrophic defeat. The Germans had fortified the French coast with bunkers, mines, and obstacles. The tides were unpredictable. The weather was treacherous. The soldiers, many of them young and untested, were about to face the most intense combat of their lives. But the Allies had one advantage: surprise. The Germans knew an invasion was coming, but they did not know where or when. The Allies had created a vast deception campaign, Operation Fortitude, that convinced the Germans that the invasion would come at Pas de Calais, not Normandy. Hitler and his generals were convinced that the Allies would strike at the narrowest point of the English Channel. They were wrong. The invasion was a success. The Allies established a beachhead. They broke out of Normandy. They liberated Paris. And they began the final march toward Berlin. 1. The planning for D-Day was the most complex and ambitious military operation in history. The Allies had been planning the invasion of Europe since 1942. The Americans, led by General Dwight Eisenhower, wanted to invade as soon as possible. The British, led by General Bernard Montgomery, favored a more cautious approach. The compromise was a massive invasion of Normandy, followed by a breakout into the French interior. The invasion required the Allies to move over 1 million men, hundreds of thousands of vehicles, and millions of tons of supplies across the English Channel. The logistics were staggering. The planners had to coordinate the landings, the air support, the naval bombardment, and the follow-up reinforcements. They had to anticipate every possible German response. They had to prepare for every contingency. The planners also had to deceive the Germans. Operation Fortitude was a massive deception campaign designed to convince the Germans that the invasion would come at Pas de Calais. The Allies created a phantom army, complete with dummy tanks, fake radio traffic, and a fictitious commander, General George Patton. The Germans, who feared Patton, were convinced that he would lead the invasion. They kept their best divisions in Calais, waiting for an attack that never came. 2. The night before. The invasion began on the night of June 5th to 6th, 1944. The paratroopers and glider troops were the first to go in. The American 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions, along with the British 6th Airborne Division, were dropped behind the German lines. Their mission was to secure the flanks of the invasion beaches, capture key bridges, and disrupt the German defenses. The drops were a disaster. The pilots, flying in poor weather, missed their targets. The paratroopers were scattered across the countryside. Many landed in swamps, in German positions, or in the English Channel. But they fought with desperate courage. They rallied. They secured their objectives. They bought the beach landings time. The British paratroopers, led by the 6th Airborne Division, captured the bridges over the Orne River and the Caen Canal. Their leader, Major John Howard, led the Pegasus Bridge operation with extraordinary courage. The paratroopers held their positions against repeated German counterattacks. They were the first Allied troops to touch French soil. 3. The beaches, the landings began at 6:30 a.m. on June 6th. The Allies had assigned code names to the 5 beaches: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword. Utah Beach was the westernmost beach, defended by a single German regiment. The American 4th Infantry Division landed there with relatively light casualties. They captured their objectives and linked up with the paratroopers. It was the most successful landing of the day. Omaha Beach was the nightmare. The American 1st and 29th Infantry Divisions landed on a beach that was defended by the German 352nd Infantry Division, a veteran unit that had been overlooked by the intelligence. The Germans had fortified the beach with bunkers, machine guns, and artillery. The Americans, landing in the face of withering fire, were slaughtered. The troops were pinned down on the beach, unable to advance. The Navy, which had been holding back its fire, finally unleashed a devastating bombardment that broke the German defenses. The Americans, with the help of the 2nd Ranger Battalion, which scaled the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc to destroy the German guns, eventually broke through. But the cost was staggering: 2,400 casualties, more than any other beach. Gold Beach was assigned to the British 50th Infantry Division. The British faced stiff resistance from the German defenders, but they used amphibious tanks to support their advance. By the end of the day, they had pushed inland and captured their objectives. Juno Beach was assigned to the Canadian 3rd Infantry Division. The Canadians faced heavy casualties, but they fought with courage and tenacity. They pushed inland and linked up with the British on Gold Beach. Sword Beach was the easternmost beach, assigned to the British 3rd Infantry Division. The British landed with light casualties and captured their objectives. They also linked up with the paratroopers at Pegasus Bridge. 4. The breakout. The Allies had established a beachhead by the end of D-Day, but they had not broken out. The Germans, who had been caught by surprise, were rushing reinforcements to Normandy. The battle for Normandy was about to begin. The Germans fought with desperate courage. They knew they could not hold the Allies forever, but they were determined to make them pay for every inch of ground. The fighting was brutal. The Allies, using their air superiority to devastating effect, slowly pushed the Germans back. The breakout, which was initially slow and costly, was finally achieved in July. The critical moment was Operation Cobra, the American breakout from the Cotentin Peninsula. The Americans, led by General Omar Bradley, used massive carpet bombing to destroy the German defenses. The Germans, stunned and disorganized, were unable to hold the line. The Americans broke through and began their drive into the interior. The Germans were trapped. The Allies had broken out of Normandy and were now racing across France. The German army, which had been fighting a defensive battle, was now in full retreat. The liberation of France had begun. 5. The liberation of Paris. The liberation of Paris was the symbol of the Allied victory in France. The French, who had been waiting for 4 years, rose up against the German occupation. The resistance, which had been fighting a guerrilla war since 1940, took to the streets. The German commander, General Dietrich von Choltitz, was ordered to destroy the city. He refused. He surrendered to the Free French forces on August 25, 1944. Paris was liberated. The liberation of Paris was a moment of triumph. The people of Paris, who had endured 4 years of Nazi rule, celebrated with joy. The Allied troops, led by General Charles de Gaulle, marched down the Champs-Élysées. The war, which had been so dark for so long, was now a war of liberation. 6. The significance D-Day was the turning point of the war in Europe. It was the moment when the Allies returned to the continent. It was the moment when the German army was forced to fight on 2 fronts, the East and the West. The cost of D-Day was immense. The Allies lost over 4,000 dead and 9,000 wounded on D-Day itself. The total casualties in the Normandy campaign were over 200,000, dead, wounded, or missing. The German casualties were even heavier, over 400,000. But the victory was worth the cost. The Allies had established a beachhead in France. They had broken out of Normandy. They had liberated Paris. The road to Berlin was open. 7. The legacy D-Day is remembered as the greatest military achievement of the war. It was a triumph of planning, courage, and cooperation. It was the moment when the Allies, who had been on the defensive for years, finally went on the offensive. The soldiers who stormed the beaches of Normandy were ordinary men. They were young, scared, and inexperienced. They fought with extraordinary courage. They died in the tens of thousands. They are remembered as heroes. The legacy of D-Day is the legacy of freedom. The Allies, who had fought against tyranny, had liberated Europe. They had shown that democracy could defeat dictatorship. They had shown that courage could overcome evil. The world will always remember D-Day. It was the longest day. It was the day when the war began to end. The cliffhanger. The Allies had stormed the beaches of Normandy. They had broken out of the Normandy hedgerows. They had liberated Paris. The road to Berlin was open. But the Germans were not finished. They were fighting a desperate defensive battle on the Eastern Front, retreating before the Soviet advance. And in the West, they were preparing a counteroffensive, the Battle of the Bulge that would catch the Allies by surprise. The war was far from over. The bloodiest battles were yet to come. Chapter 16. The Battle of the Atlantic. The lifeline that had to hold. While armies clashed on the Eastern Front and the Allies prepared to invade France, another battle was being fought in the gray, icy waters of the Atlantic. It was the longest continuous campaign of the war, lasting from the first day of the conflict to the last. It was also the battle that came closest to defeating Britain. Without the supply ships that crossed the Atlantic, the British would have starved. Without the convoys that brought American troops and equipment, the invasion of Europe would have been impossible. Winston Churchill called it the Battle of the Atlantic. He also confessed that it was the only thing that truly frightened him during the war. The only thing that really frightened me during the war was the U-boat peril, he later wrote. The U-boat peril was the threat posed by German submarines, which hunted the supply convoys in packs, sinking hundreds of ships and killing thousands of sailors. The battle was a war of statistics, a war of attrition, and a war of technology. The Germans built U-boats by the hundreds. The Allies built ships by the thousands. The Germans sank the supply ships. The Allies sank the U-boats. The struggle was brutal, desperate, and uncertain. For 3 years the outcome hung in the balance. And then, in May 1943, the tide turned. 1. The lifeline. Britain was an island nation, dependent on imports for its survival. It needed food, fuel, and raw materials to feed its people and sustain its war effort. The supply ships came from North America, across the vast expanse of the Atlantic. The convoys were the lifeline. The Germans knew this. They knew that if they could cut the lifeline, Britain would be forced to surrender. The U-boat fleet, commanded by Admiral Karl Dönitz, was the instrument of this strategy. Dönitz was a brilliant tactician. He developed the Wolfpack strategy, in which U-boats would coordinate their attacks on convoys at night, overwhelming the escorts and sinking the merchant ships. The British knew the threat. The Royal Navy, supported by the Royal Canadian Navy and later the U.S. Navy, provided the escorts. The destroyers, frigates, and corvettes protected the convoys. The aircraft patrols searched for the U-boats. The technology was primitive. Sonar, called ASDIC by the British, could detect submerged submarines, but it was limited. The U-boats, which could operate on the surface at night, were difficult to detect. 2. The early years. The battle began in September 1939, immediately after the outbreak of war. The first phase, which lasted until the fall of France in June 1940, was relatively quiet. The German U-boat fleet was small, only 46 vessels. The British Navy, which had the largest fleet in the world, was dominant. But the fall of France changed everything. The Germans gained access to French Atlantic ports, which gave the U-boats bases within easy reach of the shipping lanes. The British, who had lost French naval support and been stretched by the evacuation from Dunkirk, were now vulnerable. The U-boats began to take a heavy toll. In 1940 to 1941, they sank hundreds of ships. The British, desperate for escorts, negotiated the destroyers for bases deal with the United States. The Americans turned over 50 World War I-era destroyers to the British in exchange for 99-year leases on bases in the Caribbean and Newfoundland. The deal helped, but it was not enough. In May 1941, the British achieved a major victory when they sank the German battleship Bismarck. The Bismarck had been a threat to the convoys, and its sinking was a strategic triumph. But the U-boats remained the primary threat. 3. The happy time. The United States' entry into the war in December 1941 opened a vast new area for U-boat operations. The American East Coast, which was not prepared for war, was a rich hunting ground. The U-boats enjoyed what they called a happy time. They sank ships with impunity off the American coast, often within sight of the shore. The Americans were slow to adopt convoys, relying instead on patrolling and individual escorts. The U-boats took full advantage. In the first 6 months of 1942, the Germans sank more tonnage off the American coast than they had in the previous 2.5 years. The situation was desperate. The British, who had been urging the Americans to adopt convoys, were frustrated. The Canadians, who had experience with convoy protection, stepped in and established the first convoys in the American zone. The Americans eventually followed suit, and the U-boats were forced to shift their operations to the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. 4. The crisis. The crisis came in early 1943. The Germans had increased the number of operational U-boats to nearly 200. The wolf packs were hunting in the mid-Atlantic, where the convoys were beyond the range of air patrols. The losses were staggering. The Allies were on the verge of defeat. But the Allies had a secret weapon: intelligence. The British had broken the German Enigma code, which allowed them to intercept and decode German communications. The intelligence, codenamed Ultra, was the most closely guarded secret of the war. It allowed the Allies to reroute convoys away from the U-boat wolfpacks and to direct hunter-killer groups to the U-boat positions. The intelligence was complemented by improved technology and tactics. The Allies developed long-range aircraft, the B-24 Liberator, equipped with radar which could detect U-boats on the surface. They built escort carriers which provided air cover for the convoys. They used improved sonar and depth charges. The escorts, which had been on the defensive, were now on the offensive. 5. The turning point. The turning point came in May 1943. The Allies, armed with the ultra-intelligence and improved tactics, launched a massive offensive against the U-boats. In a single month, they destroyed 45 U-boats. The German losses were unsustainable. Dönitz, who had been confident of victory, was forced to call a halt to the U-boat operations on May the 23rd. The Battle of the Atlantic was effectively won. The significance of the victory cannot be overstated. With the Atlantic sea lane secured, the Allies could now ship vast amounts of supplies and troops to Britain. The build-up for D-Day, which had been limited by the U-boat threat, could now proceed. The Americans and Canadians could now send their divisions to Europe. The invasion of Normandy, which had been delayed by the crisis, was now possible. 6. The cost. The cost of the Battle of the Atlantic was staggering. Between 1939 and 1945, the Allies lost 3,500 merchant ships, 14.5 million gross tons, and 175 warships. 72,200 Allied naval and merchant seamen lost their lives. The Germans lost 783 U-boats and approximately 30,000 sailors. It was the most costly campaign of the war in terms of lives lost per square mile of ocean, but the victory was worth the cost. The Atlantic was secured. The lifeline was intact. The Allies could now wage war on the continent. 7. The significance. The Battle of the Atlantic was the most important campaign of the war that is often forgotten. It was the campaign that determined whether the Allies could fight at all. Without the Atlantic supply route, there would have been no D-Day, no invasion of Italy, no strategic bombing campaign. The war in Europe would have been lost. Churchill's fear of the U-boat was justified. The U-boats came closer to defeating Britain than any other weapon. But the Allies, through courage, technology, and intelligence, had won. The Atlantic was theirs, and the war in Europe could now be won. The cliffhanger, the Battle of the Atlantic, was won. The lifeline was secure. The Allies could now build up their forces for the invasion of Europe. But the war in the Pacific was still raging. The Americans, who had been island-hopping across the Pacific, were now closing in on Japan. The battles of Tarawa, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa were the most brutal of the war. The Japanese, who were fighting to the last man, were determined to make the Americans pay for every inch of ground. The road to Tokyo was paved with blood. Chapter 17. Island Hopping. The bloody road to Tokyo. The Pacific Theater was a war of islands, thousands of tiny specks of land scattered across an ocean that covered 1/3 of the globe. It was a war fought in jungles, on coral atolls, and in the sweltering heat of the tropics. It was a war of amphibious assaults, naval bombardments, and brutal close-quarters combat. and it was a war that consumed the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, sailors, and Marines. The American strategy was simple: island hopping. The Americans, led by Admiral Chester Nimitz in the Central Pacific and General Douglas MacArthur in the Southwest Pacific, would bypass the heavily fortified Japanese islands, capture the lightly defended ones, and use them as bases for airfields and supply depots. The goal was to establish a network of bases that would allow the Americans to bomb Japan into submission and, eventually, to invade the home islands. The strategy was successful, but the cost was staggering. The Japanese, who were fighting to the last man, made the Americans pay for every inch of ground. The battles of Tarawa, Peleliu, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa were among the bloodiest of the war, and they convinced the American leadership that an invasion of Japan would be a catastrophe. The atomic bomb, which was developed in secret, was the alternative. On. The strategy. The island-hopping strategy was the product of necessity and innovation. The Pacific was vast, the distances were enormous. The Japanese had fortified their islands with bunkers, artillery, and thousands of troops. A direct assault on every island would have been impossible. The Americans would have run out of men and supplies. The island-hopping strategy, which bypassed the heavily defended islands and concentrated on the lightly defended ones, was the solution. The strategy had another advantage. It isolated the bypassed islands. The Japanese garrisons, cut off from supply and reinforcement, would wither on the vine. They could be left to starve, or they could be bombed into submission. The strategy was brutal, but it was effective. The Americans also had a secret weapon: the submarine. The American submarines, operating from bases in Australia and Hawaii, sank the Japanese supply ships. The Japanese, who relied on imports for their war effort, were slowly starved of fuel, food, and raw materials. The submarine campaign was the most effective naval campaign of the war. It destroyed the Japanese merchant marine and isolated the Japanese islands. 2. Tarawa. The first major test of the island-hopping strategy was Tarawa, a tiny atoll in the Gilbert Islands. The Americans, who were planning to invade the Marshall Islands, needed the airfield at Tarawa. The invasion, which took place in November 1943, was a disaster. The American intelligence had underestimated the Japanese defenses. The Japanese, who had been defending Tarawa for over a year, had built bunkers, pillboxes, and artillery positions. The coral reef, which was supposed to be underwater, was exposed. The landing craft, which were supposed to deliver the Marines to the beach, were stuck on the reef. The Marines, wading through waist-deep water, were slaughtered by Japanese fire. The battle was a horror. The Marines, who had been trained for amphibious warfare, fought with desperate courage. The Japanese, who had been ordered to fight to the last man, fought with fanatical resistance. The battle lasted 3 days. The Americans lost 1,000 dead and 2,000 wounded. The Japanese lost 4,500 dead, almost the entire garrison. Tarawa was a wake-up call. The Americans realized that the Japanese would not surrender. They realized that the island-hopping campaign would be a bloody, brutal affair. And they realized that they would need better intelligence, better planning, and better equipment. 3. The Marianas. The Marianas, which included the islands of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam, were the key to the Pacific campaign. They were within bomber range of Japan. If the Americans captured the Marianas, they could bomb the Japanese homeland into submission. The invasion of Saipan, which took place in June 1944, was the largest amphibious operation in the Pacific to that date. The Americans, led by Admiral Spruance and General Holland Smith, landed 70,000 troops on the island. The Japanese, led by General Yoshitsugu Saito, defended with 30,000 troops. The battle was brutal. The Japanese, who were fighting a defensive battle, used the caves and hills of Saipan to their advantage. The Americans, who were fighting an offensive battle, used their superior firepower to overwhelm the Japanese. The battle lasted 3 weeks. The Americans lost 3,000 dead and 13,000 wounded. The Japanese lost 27,000 dead, almost the entire garrison. The civilians who had been trapped on the island committed suicide in the thousands, jumping off the cliffs rather than surrendering to the Americans. The capture of Saipan was a strategic triumph. The Americans now had a base within bombing range of Japan. The B-29 superfortresses, which had been based in China, could now be based in the Marianas. The bombing of Japan, which had been a sporadic affair, could now be systematic. 4. Peleliu. The Battle of Peleliu, which took place in September to November 1944, was one of the most controversial battles of the Pacific Campaign. The island, which was thought to be lightly defended, turned out to be a fortress. The Japanese, who had been building defenses for months, had created a network of caves and tunnels and bunkers that made the island a fortress. The Americans, led by General William Rupertuos, landed 30,000 troops on the island. The Japanese, led by Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, defended with 10,000 troops. The battle was a horror. The Japanese, who were fighting a defensive battle, used the caves and tunnels to their advantage. The Americans, who were fighting an offensive battle, used their superior firepower to overwhelm the Japanese. The battle lasted 2 months. The Americans lost 2,000 dead and 8,000 wounded. The Japanese lost 10,000 dead, almost the entire garrison. The Battle of Peleliu was a strategic mistake. The island, which was supposed to be a valuable airfield, turned out to be worthless. The Americans had wasted thousands of lives for nothing. The battle was a lesson in the dangers of underestimating the enemy. 5. Iwo Jima. The Battle of Iwo Jima, which took place in February to March 1945, was the bloodiest battle of the Pacific Campaign. Iwo Jima was a tiny island, just 8 square miles, but it was strategically vital. It was within bombing range of Japan, and it had airfields that the Americans could use for their B-29s. The Japanese, who had been defending Iwo Jima for years, had created a network of caves, tunnels, and bunkers that made the island a fortress. The Japanese commander, General Tadamichi Kurabayashi, had ordered his men to fight to the last man. The Americans, led by Admiral Spruance and General Holland Smith, landed 70,000 troops on the island. The Japanese, led by General Kurabayashi, defended with 21,000 troops. The battle was a horror. The Japanese, who were fighting a defensive battle, used the caves and tunnels to their advantage. The Americans, who were fighting an offensive battle, used their superior firepower to overwhelm the Japanese. The battle lasted 36 days. The Americans lost 6,800 dead and 19,000 wounded. The Japanese lost 21,000 dead, almost the entire garrison. The Battle of Iwo Jima was the most iconic battle of the Pacific Campaign. The raising of the American flag on Mount Suribachi, which was captured in a famous photograph, became the symbol of American victory. But the victory was purchased at a terrible price. The Americans had taken the island, but they had lost thousands of lives. The battle convinced the American leadership that an invasion of Japan would be a catastrophe. 6. Okinawa. The Battle of Okinawa, which took place in April to June 1945, was the last and largest battle of the Pacific Campaign. Okinawa was the largest island in the Ryukyu chain, located just 350 miles from Japan. It was the last obstacle before the Japanese home islands. The Americans, who were planning to invade Japan, needed Okinawa as a base. The Japanese, who were determined to defend the island, had amassed 100,000 troops. The battle was the largest amphibious operation in the Pacific, involving over 500,000 American troops. The battle was a horror. The Japanese, who were fighting a defensive battle, used the caves and tunnels to their advantage. The Americans, who were fighting an offensive battle, used their superior firepower to overwhelm the Japanese. The battle lasted 82 days. The Americans lost 12,000 dead and 38,000 wounded. The Japanese lost 100,000 dead, almost the entire garrison. The civilians who had been trapped on the island lost 150,000 dead. The Battle of Okinawa was the bloodiest battle of the Pacific Campaign. It convinced the American leadership that an invasion of Japan would be a catastrophe. The Japanese, who were fighting to the last man, would inflict millions of casualties on the American forces. The atomic bomb, which was being developed in secret, was the alternative. 7. The cost. The cost of the island-hopping campaign was staggering. The Americans lost over 100,000 dead and wounded. The Japanese lost over 500,000 dead. The civilians who had been trapped on the islands lost hundreds of thousands. But the campaign was successful. The Americans had captured the islands they needed. They had isolated the Japanese garrisons. They had bombed the Japanese homeland. They had destroyed the Japanese navy. The island-hopping campaign had achieved its objectives. 8. The legacy. The island-hopping campaign was the most brutal campaign of the war. It was a war of islands fought in jungles, on coral atolls, and in the sweltering heat of the tropics. It was a war of amphibious assaults, naval bombardments, and brutal close-quarters combat. It was a war that consumed the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, sailors, and marines. The legacy of the island-hopping campaign is the legacy of the Pacific Campaign. It was the campaign that defeated Japan. It was the campaign that brought the war to the Japanese homeland. And it was the campaign that convinced the American leadership that the atomic bomb was necessary. The cliffhanger. The island-hopping campaign had brought the Americans to the doorstep of Japan. The battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa had been the bloodiest of the war. The Americans had paid a terrible price, and the invasion of Japan, which was planned for November 1945, would be even worse. But the Americans had another option. The atomic bomb, which had been developed in secret, was ready. The scientists who had built it had warned that it would be a weapon of unimaginable destruction. But the American leadership, which had seen the cost of the island-hopping campaign, believed it was the only way to end the war. The atomic bomb was about to be used, and the world would never be the same. Chapter 18. The Fall of Berlin. The death of the Third Reich. In the spring of 1945, the nightmare that had consumed Europe for 6 years was finally approaching its end. The Third Reich, which had promised to last 1,000 years, was collapsing into rubble and ashes. The Führer, who had once been hailed as the savior of Germany, was now a broken, paranoid shadow, hiding in a bunker beneath the ruins of Berlin. The fall of Berlin was not just a military defeat, it was the destruction of a civilization that had given the world Beethoven, Goethe, and Kant, but had also given it Hitler, Himmler, and the Holocaust. The city, which had once been the capital of culture and learning, was now a wasteland of craters, corpses, and burning buildings. The Red Army, which had been advancing from the east for 3 years, was about to storm the city. The German army, which had been fighting a desperate defensive battle, was on the verge of collapse. The battle for Berlin was the climax of the war in Europe. It was the moment when the Soviet Union, which had suffered more than any other nation, finally exacted its revenge. And it was the moment when the Nazi regime, which had been responsible for the deaths of millions, was finally destroyed. 1. The eve of destruction. By January 1945, the German army was in full retreat. The Soviet offensive, which had begun in the summer of 1944, had swept across Poland and into eastern Germany. The Red Army, commanded by the brilliant Marshal Georgy Zhukov, had pushed the Germans back to the Oder River, just 40 miles east of Berlin. The Western Allies, who had broken out of Normandy and liberated Paris, were now advancing from the west. The Germans, who had been fighting a two-front war, were trapped. Hitler, who had retreated to his bunker in Berlin, was in denial. He refused to believe that the war was lost. He ordered his generals to launch counteroffensives that had no chance of success. He demanded that the German people fight to the last man. He issued orders that were militarily idiotic, but he was the Führer, and no one dared to disobey. The German people, who had been fighting for 6 years, were exhausted. They had lost their sons, their fathers, and their brothers. Their cities had been bombed to rubble. Their factories had been destroyed. Their morale was broken. But they continued to fight because they had no choice. The alternative was the Soviet occupation, which they had been told would be a horror. The Allies, who had been planning the final offensive, were divided. The Americans and the British, who had been advancing from the west, wanted to capture Berlin. But the Soviets, who had been advancing from the east, had already reached the outskirts of the city. The Allies, who had agreed to divide Germany into occupation zones, had given the Soviets the eastern part of Berlin. The Americans and British would not advance beyond the agreed line. The Soviets, who had suffered the most, would have the honor of capturing Berlin. 2. The Soviet advance. The Soviet offensive began on April 16, 1945. Zhukov, who had massed 2.5 million troops, 6,000 tanks, and 7,500 aircraft, launched a devastating attack on the German positions along the Oder River. The Germans, who had been expecting the offensive, fought with desperate courage. But they were outnumbered, outgunned, and outmaneuvered. Within days, the Soviet forces had broken through the German lines and were advancing toward Berlin. The advance was not a simple march. The Germans, who had fortified the approaches to Berlin, fought every inch of the way. The Soviet soldiers, who had been fighting for 3 years, were exhausted. But they were also driven by revenge. The Germans had committed atrocities in the Soviet Union. The Soviet soldiers, who had seen their families murdered, their villages burned, and their cities destroyed, were determined to exact their revenge. The Soviet soldiers, who had been given a free hand by their commanders, took their revenge on the German population. They raped German women. They looted German homes. They murdered German civilians. The atrocities, which were documented by Soviet and German sources, were the dark side of the Soviet victory. The Soviets, who had suffered so much, were now inflicting their suffering on others. 3. The Battle of the Cecho Heights. The Battle of the Cecho Heights, which took place from April 16th to 19th, 1945, was the last major battle of the war in Europe. The Cecho Heights, a series of hills on the approach to Berlin, had been fortified by the Germans. The Soviet forces, commanded by Zhukov, attacked the heights with overwhelming force. The Germans, commanded by General Gotthard Heinrici, defended the heights with desperate courage. The battle was a horror. The Soviets, who had been advancing for days, were exhausted, but they were determined to break through. The Germans, who had been fighting for years, were equally determined. The battle raged for 4 days. The Soviets lost 30,000 dead and 200,000 wounded. The Germans lost 12,000 dead and 50,000 wounded. The Soviets finally broke through and the road to Berlin was open. 4. The bunker. By April 20th, the Soviet forces had reached the outskirts of Berlin. The German army, which had been fighting a defensive battle, was on the verge of collapse. Hitler, who had retreated to his bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, was surrounded by his inner circle. Joseph Goebbels, Martin Bormann, and Eva Braun, his mistress. The bunker was a nightmare. The air was stale, the walls were damp, the electricity was intermittent. The occupants, who had been living in the bunker for months, were suffering from claustrophobia, exhaustion, and despair. But Hitler, who had been in denial, continued to believe that the war could be won. He issued orders that were impossible to execute. He promoted generals who had no troops to command. He dreamed of counteroffensives that had no chance of success. The reality was different. The Soviet forces were advancing into the city. The German forces who were fighting a desperate defensive battle were being pushed back. The city, which had been bombed for years, was a wasteland. The civilians who had been trapped in the city were starving. The hospitals, which had been overwhelmed, were running out of supplies. The end was approaching. Hitler, who had been the architect of the war, was now its victim. 5. The end of the Third Reich. On April 29th, Hitler married Eva Braun. The ceremony, which took place in the bunker, was a grim affair. The witnesses were Goebbels and Bormann. The bride was wearing a black dress. The groom was wearing a gray uniform. The couple, who had been living together for years, were finally married. The next day, Hitler dictated his last will and political testament. He blamed the Jews for the war. He blamed his generals for the defeat. He named his successors, Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz as president and Goebbels as chancellor. He ordered the German army to continue fighting, and then at 3:30 p.m., he shot himself. Eva Braun, who had taken cyanide, died beside him. The bodies, which had been wrapped in blankets, were carried to the garden and burned. The news of Hitler's death spread quickly. Goebbels, who had been appointed chancellor, committed suicide the next day. The German forces, who had been fighting a desperate defensive battle, surrendered. The war in Europe was over. 6. The Soviet victory. The Soviet forces, who had been advancing into Berlin, were victorious. The city, which had been defended by the German army, had fallen. The Soviet flag was raised over the Reichstag. The Soviet soldiers, who had fought for 3 years, were finally victorious. The cost of the battle was staggering. The Soviets lost 80,000 dead and 200,000 wounded. The Germans lost 150,000 dead and 200,000 wounded. The civilians who had been trapped in the city lost 100,000 dead. The city, which had once been the capital of culture and learning, was now a wasteland. The significance of the victory was immense. The Soviet Union, which had been invaded in 1941, had conquered Berlin. The German army, which had been invincible, was now defeated. The Third Reich, which had promised to last 1,000 years, had lasted 12. The war in Europe was over. 7. The aftermath. The fall of Berlin was the end of the war in Europe, but it was also the beginning of the Cold War. The Soviet Union, which had conquered Eastern Europe, was now the dominant power on the continent. The United States, which had liberated Western Europe, was now the dominant power in the West. The two superpowers, which had been allies during the war, were now rivals. The division of Europe, which had been agreed to at Yalta, was now a reality. The German people who had been defeated were now occupied. The country was divided into 4 zones: the American, British, French, and Soviet. The German government, which had been destroyed, was now under the control of the Allies. The German people who had been responsible for the war were now paying the price. 8. The legacy, the fall of Berlin, was the end of the Second World War in Europe. It was the end of the Nazi regime. It was the end of the Holocaust, but it was also the beginning of a new era. An era of division, an era of Cold War, an era of nuclear anxiety. The legacy of the fall of Berlin is the legacy of the Second World War. It is the legacy of the Soviet Union, which had suffered so much but had emerged as a superpower. It is the legacy of the United States, which had been isolationist but had emerged as the leader of the free world. It is the legacy of the division of Europe, which would last for half a century. The fall of Berlin was the end of the war, but it was also the beginning of a new world. The cliffhanger of the war in Europe was over. The Third Reich was destroyed. Hitler was dead. The Soviet Union was victorious. But the war in the Pacific was still raging. The Americans, who had been island-hopping across the Pacific, were now closing in on Japan. The battles of Iwo Jima and Okinawa had been the bloodiest of the war. The invasion of Japan, which was planned for November 1945, would be even worse. But the Americans had another option. The atomic bomb, which had been developed in secret, was ready. The scientists who had built it had warned that it would be a weapon of unimaginable destruction. But the American leadership, which had seen the cost of the island-hopping campaign, believed it was the only way to end the war. The atomic bomb was about to be used, and the world would never be the same. Chapter 19, Okinawa and the Atomic Bombs. The final cataclysm. The war in Europe was over, but the war in the Pacific raged on with an intensity that defied imagination. The Japanese, who had been fighting for nearly 4 years, were determined to fight to the last man. The Americans, who had been island-hopping across the Pacific, were determined to defeat them. The battle for Okinawa, which raged from April to June 1945, was the bloodiest battle of the Pacific War. It was also a preview of what an invasion of Japan would look like, a nightmare of caves, tunnels, and fanatical resistance. The cost of Okinawa convinced the American leadership that an invasion of Japan would be a catastrophe. The Japanese, who were prepared to sacrifice millions of their own people, would inflict millions of casualties on the American forces. The atomic bomb, which had been developed in secret, was the alternative. It was a weapon of unimaginable destruction, but it would end the war without an invasion. On August 6, 1945, the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, it dropped another on Nagasaki. The bombs killed over 200,000 people. The Japanese, who had been fighting for years, surrendered. The war in the Pacific was over. The Second World War was finally, completely, and irrevocably ended. Ciao. 1. The bloody island Okinawa was the last island before Japan. It was the largest island in the Ryukyu chain, located just 350 miles from the Japanese mainland. The Americans, who were planning to invade Japan, needed Okinawa as a base. The Japanese, who were determined to defend the island, had amassed 100,000 troops. The battle was the largest amphibious operation in the Pacific, involving over 500,000 American troops. The battle was a horror. The Japanese, who had been defending Okinawa for months, had built an elaborate network of caves, tunnels, and bunkers. The Americans, who had expected a quick victory, were forced into a brutal, grinding campaign. The Japanese, who had been ordered to fight to the last man, fought with fanatical resistance. The Americans, who had been fighting for years, were exhausted. The battle lasted 82 days. The Americans lost 12,000 dead and 38,000 wounded. The Japanese lost 100,000 dead, almost the entire garrison. The civilians who had been trapped on the island lost 150,000 dead. Many of them committed suicide, jumping off the cliffs rather than surrendering to the Americans. Okinawa was the bloodiest battle of the Pacific campaign. It convinced the American leadership that an invasion of Japan would be a catastrophe. The Japanese, who were fighting to the last man, would inflict millions of casualties on the American forces. The atomic bomb was the alternative. 2. The Manhattan Project. The atomic bomb was the product of the most expensive and secret scientific project in history. The Manhattan Project, which had been launched in 1942, had cost $2 billion and employed over 100,000 people. The scientists, who had been working in secret, had developed two types of atomic bombs, a uranium bomb and a plutonium bomb. The scientists were divided about the use of the bomb. Some, like Leo Szilard, believed that the bomb should not be used. They argued that the Japanese, who were already defeated, could be persuaded to surrender without an atomic attack. Others, like J. Robert Oppenheimer, believed that the bomb should be used to end the war quickly. The decision was made by President Harry S. Truman, who had succeeded Roosevelt in April 1945. Truman, who had not known about the Manhattan Project until he became president, was determined to use the bomb. He believed that it would save American lives. He believed that it would end the war quickly. And he believed that it would demonstrate American power to the Soviets. The decision was made the bomb would be used. 3. Hiroshima. The uranium bomb, codenamed Little Boy, was dropped on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. The aircraft, the Enola Gay, was piloted by Colonel Paul Tibbets. The bomb was dropped at 8:15 a.m. The explosion was catastrophic. The heat at the center of the explosion was 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, hotter than the surface of the sun. The air around the explosion expanded at the speed of sound. The shock wave destroyed everything within a 2-mile radius. The fires, which were ignited by the explosion, consumed the city. The survivors, who had been blinded by the flash, staggered through the ruins. The dead were incinerated. The wounded were burned, maimed, and poisoned by radiation. The immediate death toll was 70,000. The total death toll, including those who died from radiation sickness and burns in the following weeks, was 140,000. The city, which had been a vibrant urban center, was now a wasteland. The Japanese government, which was stunned by the attack, did not immediately surrender. They believed that the Americans had only one bomb. They were wrong. 4. Nagasaki. The plutonium bomb, codenamed Fat Man, was dropped on Nagasaki on August 9, 1945. The aircraft, Boxcar, was piloted by Major Charles Sweeney. The bomb was dropped at 11:02 a.m. The explosion was even more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. The immediate death toll was 40,000. The total death toll, including those who died from radiation sickness and burns, was 70,000. The city, which had been a center of industry and culture, was now a wasteland. The Japanese government, which had been divided, now realized that they had no choice. The Emperor Hirohito, who had been a figurehead for the militarists, now intervened. He ordered the government to accept the Allied terms of surrender. The Japanese, who had been fighting for years, were finally defeated. 5. The surrender. The surrender was announced on August 15, 1945. The Japanese people, who had been told that they would fight to the last man, were stunned. They had been prepared for death. They were now being told to accept defeat. The formal surrender took place on September 2, 1945, on board the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. The Japanese delegation, led by Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu, signed the instrument of surrender. The American delegation, led by General Douglas MacArthur, accepted the surrender. The war in the Pacific was over. The Second World War was finally, completely, and irrevocably ended. 6. The cost. The cost of the war in the Pacific was staggering. The Japanese lost 2.5 million dead, including 1.5 million soldiers and 1 million civilians. The Americans lost 400,000 dead, including 100,000 soldiers and 300,000 sailors. The Chinese lost 20 million dead, the largest total of any nation. The total death toll in the Pacific War was 25 million. The atomic bombs which had been dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki had killed over 200,000 people. The bombs were the most destructive weapons ever used in war. They were also the most controversial. The debate about the use of the atomic bombs continues to this day. 7. The decision. The decision to drop the atomic bombs was the most controversial decision of the war. The critics argue that the bombs were unnecessary. The Japanese, they say, were already defeated. They were prepared to surrender. The bombs were used to demonstrate American power to the Soviets. The defenders argue that the bombs were necessary. The Japanese, they say, were determined to fight to the last man. The invasion of Japan would have caused millions of casualties. The bombs saved American lives. They saved Japanese lives. They ended the war quickly. The debate continues. But the fact remains. The atomic bombs were dropped. They killed over 200,000 people. They ended the war. And they changed the world forever. 8. The legacy. The legacy of Okinawa and the atomic bombs is the legacy of the Pacific War. It is the legacy of the Japanese people who suffered so much. It is the legacy of the American soldiers who fought so bravely. It is the legacy of the scientists who developed the most destructive weapon in history. The atomic bombs have never been used again. The world, which was shocked by the destruction, has been living in the shadow of nuclear war ever since. The threat of nuclear annihilation, which was born in the waning days of the Second World War, has shaped the post-war world. The legacy of the Pacific War is the legacy of the Second World War. It is the legacy of the millions who died. It is the legacy of the millions who survived. It is the legacy of the war that changed the world. The cliffhanger. The war was over. The Second World War, which had killed 70 million people, was finally ended. The world, which had been consumed by conflict for 6 years, was now at peace. But the peace was not easy. The war had destroyed the old order. It had created a new world, a world of superpowers, a world of division, a world of nuclear anxiety. The world would never be the same. Chapter 20. The Legacy. The world that war made. The guns fell silent, the bombs stopped falling, the smoke cleared, and the world, which had been consumed by fire for 6 years, slowly began to count the cost. The Second World War was the most destructive conflict in human history. It had killed an estimated 70 to 85 million people, about 3% of the world's population at the time. It had destroyed entire cities, shattered economies, and uprooted millions of people. It had unleashed forces that would shape the world for generations to come. The Cold War, the nuclear age, the end of colonialism, the creation of Israel, and the rise of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers. The war was not an end. It was a beginning of a new world order, a new set of alliances, and a new set of dangers. The peace that followed the war was fragile, contested, and uncertain. But it was also a peace built on the ruins of the old world, a peace that, for all its flaws, has lasted for nearly 80 years. On the human cost. The human cost of the war was staggering. The Soviet Union lost 27 million people, more than any other nation. China lost 20 million. Poland lost 6 million, 20% of its pre-war population. Germany lost 7 million. Japan lost 2.5 million. The United States lost 400,000. Britain lost 450,000. France lost 600,000. The total death toll was 70 to 85 million, including 40 million civilians, 20 million soldiers, and 6 million Jews. The war had destroyed the fabric of society. The cities, which had been the centers of culture and industry, were now rubble. The economies, which had been the engines of prosperity, were now in ruins. The families, which had been the foundations of community, were now shattered. The survivors who had witnessed the worst of humanity were traumatized. The war had left scars that would take generations to heal. The war had also created a refugee crisis. Millions of people, Germans, Poles, Jews, Ukrainians, Russians, were displaced. They had lost their homes, their families, and their communities. They were forced to rebuild their lives in foreign lands. The refugee crisis, which was the result of the war, was one of the largest in human history. 2. The Nuremberg Trials. The war had exposed the worst of humanity. The Holocaust, the mass murder, the war crimes. The world, which had been shocked by the revelations, was determined to bring the perpetrators to justice. The Nuremberg trials, which were held from 1945 to 1949, were the first international war crimes tribunals. The defendants were the leaders of the Third Reich, Hermann Göring, Rudolf Hess, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Albert Speer, and others. They were charged with crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The trials were not perfect. Some of the defendants were acquitted. Some were given life sentences. Some were executed. But the trials established a precedent that individuals could be held accountable for crimes committed in the name of a state. The Nuremberg trials were the beginning of international criminal law. They laid the foundation for the Genocide Convention, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the International Criminal Court. They were a reminder that the world would not forget the Holocaust and that the perpetrators would not escape justice. 3. The Cold War. The war had created a new world order, a world of superpowers, a world of division, a world of nuclear anxiety. The United States, which had been isolationist, was now the leader of the free world. The Soviet Union, which had been invaded, was now the leader of the communist world. The two superpowers, which had been allies during the war, were now rivals. The Cold War was the longest conflict of the 20th century. It was fought not on the battlefield, but in the boardrooms, the laboratories, and the propaganda machines. The United States and the Soviet Union, which had been allies, were now enemies. The division of Europe, which had been agreed to at Yalta, was now a reality. The Iron Curtain, which had been described by Churchill, was now a physical barrier. The Cold War was also a nuclear standoff. The atomic bombs, which had ended the war, were now the weapons of the superpowers. The threat of nuclear annihilation, which had been born in the waning days of the war, would shape the post-war world. The arms race, which had begun in 1945, would continue for decades. 4. The end of colonialism. The war had also weakened the colonial powers. Britain, France, and the Netherlands, which had been the dominant powers in Asia and Africa, were now exhausted. The colonies, which had been ruled for centuries, were now demanding independence. The war had shown that the colonial powers were not invincible. The colonies had seen their masters defeated by the Japanese. They had seen their masters humiliated. They had seen their masters retreat. The end of colonialism was one of the most significant consequences of the war. The independence movements, which had been suppressed before the war, were now triumphant. The British colonies, which had been the heart of the empire, were now independent. The French colonies, which had been the heart of the French Empire, were now independent. The Dutch colonies, which had been the heart of the Dutch Empire, were now independent. The war had changed the world. It had destroyed the old order. It had created a new world, a world of independent nations, a world of self-determination, a world of freedom. 5. The creation of Israel. The war had also created a new state, Israel. The Holocaust, which had been the most terrible crime in human history, had shown the world that the Jews needed a homeland. The Zionist movement, which had been advocating for a Jewish state for decades, was now triumphant. The creation of Israel, which took place in 1948, was one of the most significant events of the post-war world. The new state, which was established on the territory of British Palestine, was immediately attacked by its Arab neighbors. The war, which lasted for months, was the first Arab-Israeli war. The Jewish state, which had been fighting for its survival, was victorious. The Palestinians who had been displaced by the war became refugees. The creation of Israel was a triumph. It was also a tragedy. The State of Israel, which had been established as a homeland for the Jews, was also the source of conflict with the Arab world. The conflict, which has continued for decades, is one of the most intractable conflicts in the world. 6. The United Nations. The war had also created a new international organization, the United Nations. The League of Nations, which had been established after the First World War, had failed. The new organization, which was established in 1945, was designed to prevent another world war. The United Nations was the most ambitious international organization in history. It was designed to maintain peace, to promote human rights, and to foster international cooperation. The Security Council, which was the most powerful body in the UN, was composed of the 5 permanent members: the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, and China. The veto power, which was given to the permanent members, was designed to prevent the organization from being paralyzed by disagreement. The United Nations was not perfect. It was often paralyzed by the Cold War. It was often unable to prevent conflicts. But it was a symbol of hope, a symbol that the world, which had been consumed by war, could work together to build a better future. 7. The memory of the war. The war has been remembered in many ways, in literature, in film, in memorials, and in museums. The war has been the subject of thousands of books, hundreds of films, and countless documentaries. The war has been remembered as a triumph of good over evil, as a tragedy of human suffering, and as a warning of the dangers of totalitarianism. The memory of the war is contested. The Holocaust, which has been the subject of intense historical study, is remembered as the ultimate crime. The atomic bombs, which have been the subject of intense debate, are remembered as the ultimate weapon. The war, which has been remembered as the good war, is also remembered as the terrible war. The memory of the war is also political. The war has been used to justify everything from the Cold War to the wars in the Middle East. The war has been used to promote nationalism, to promote internationalism, and to promote everything in between. The war, which has been remembered as the last good war, has also been used to justify the forever wars. 8. The lessons. The Second World War was the most destructive conflict in human history. It was also the most instructive. The war taught the world that totalitarianism is evil, that democracy is fragile, and that freedom is precious. The war taught the world that peace is hard, that war is easy, and that the cost of war is always paid by the innocent. The war taught the world that the Holocaust was not inevitable. It was the product of hatred, of indifference, and of bureaucracy. The war taught the world that the atomic bombs were not inevitable. They were the product of fear, of ambition, and of the desire for victory at any cost. The war taught the world that the Cold War was not inevitable. It was the product of misunderstanding, of mistrust, and of the pursuit of power. The war taught the world that the memory of war is important. The Holocaust, which is the most terrible crime in human history, must never be forgotten. The atomic bombs, which are the most terrible weapons in human history, must never be used again. The war, which was the most destructive conflict in human history, must never be repeated. 9. The end of the book. The Second World War was the most destructive conflict in human history. It was also the most consequential. The war, which had consumed the world for 6 years, had changed everything. The war had destroyed the old order. It had created a new world, and it had left a legacy that would shape the world for generations to come. The war is over. The dead are buried. The survivors are gone. But the memory of the war lives on. It lives on in the memorials, in the museums, and in the stories. It lives on in the hearts of those who lost their loved ones. It lives on in the minds of those who have studied the war. And it lives on in the hope that we, the living, will never forget the lessons of the war. The Second World War was the most terrible event in human history. It was also the most transformative. It was the moment when the world, which had been divided by war, came together to build a better future. It was the moment when the world, which had been consumed by hatred, learned to love. And it was the moment when the world, which had been defined by conflict, decided to choose peace. The war is over, but the legacy of the war endures. And it is up to us, the living, to honor that legacy, to remember the dead, to learn from the past, and to build a better future.